I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Sorry. Hi, I'm here. I'm very late. I'm sorry. I underestimated how sleepy bitch syndrome I am today. Hello. Hi. Hi. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. How is everybody? It's been over a week, I think, since I've been here. I want to say, I don't know. Hi. Hey. How's it going? Oh my god, guys, I'm trying to get my brain together, but I literally made my coffee so fucking fast. We missed you. I missed you guys too. Oh, you're sweet. You're sweet. I mean, while I was gone, I did post on Twitter, and I tried to remember to post on Blue Sky. I admit I did not remember to post as much. Hi, Starry. Here to support. I appreciate you. Hi. Hang on, let me do this properly. Hi. What do you mean ad starts in 5 minutes? I just got here, Twitch. Ugh, fuck it. Oh my god. Hang on. Is music still loud for y'all? Oh, it is. Let me just turn that down just a smidge. Oh my god. Let me just really quick take a sip of my coffee. Delicious bean water. Hi, Krapta. It goes good. It goes. I try to wake up. I'm still working on that. Hang on. Oh my god. We're not gonna just do what I am likely to do. Consider 20 out of my next 29 hours will be work related. I'm gonna attempt to OD on caffeine. I don't recommend ODing on caffeine. Drink a healthy amount of it that it should be for your body at that point. I'm running on empty. I literally woke up and y'all, I just didn't move. Y'all just ever have that moment where you just wake up and you just kind of stare up into space and be like, yep, I'm existing right now. I sure am existing. Oh my god. That was me this morning. My insomnia has been very bad. Girl, eat breakfast? How about no? How about I just do stream? I'm kidding. I have my girl breakfast. If that counts as girl dinner. I have an Uncrustable and I have a peanut butter bar. Don't Anna me. Don't Anna me, no. I might be a little bit of a mess, but listen, you guys come to watch me for not to be put together. I have a peanut butter bar and I have a Uncrustable PB&J and it's strawberry jelly. So you know what? I think I'm doing okay. Maybe. It might be the copium talking. It might be. As hang on, I'm moving my camera around. I'm still kind of fudging with my tracking because I feel like it's weird. On my first day with this model, the tracking seemed like it could track my eyes better. Maybe it's just because I'm... Okay, no, it's literally just my glasses. I just took off my glasses and it looks like it's tracking my eyes so much better. Fuck me then. I don't want to wear contacts for VTubing. But I kind of need my glasses so I can, fucking see. I can't read shit. Like, I literally have to squint my eyes to see anything. My breakfast was a piece of chocolate. Not gonna lie, mine was almost that. So, let me tell y'all a little bit about how DeerCon was going. As I move things around. And remember how to stream. Because I forgot how to stream. Yes, so there's a girl breakfast. Skill issue? Maybe. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, though. I'm okay with the skill. Alright. So, if y'all were under a rock, I was gone for over a week from both streaming and also on modding on Joel's stream because I was at DeerCon, which is aka just a bunch of our friends go over to Deer's house to hang out. So it was me, Deer, obviously, Deer's husband, Max, Deer's mod, Sargoto, which I finally got to meet in person, because the last time I went to Deer's place, they literally just left as I was flying in. Coward was running from me. And also Saranya and Sunlit too, a couple of days. But Sun wasn't really staying with us. He just lives near Deer enough that he could drive to meet us in places. This music is not my vibe right now. What is this? What are you? Luna said you're neat and all, but get out of here. Great Fairies Fountain, sure. Let's do some Legend of Zelda as I retell the tale. Hi, Fuser. Hi. Hello. But yeah. So basically we were all... Pay no attention to the extra hand that I had there for a minute. I did have fun. It was a very good time. Whew. All right. So, day one. Day one of getting there. So in my area, this was actually during a very long amount of, I just realized I never turned Mix It Up or VTS Pog on. Let me just do that as I'm chatting. So as I get there, there's currently a very long, stretch of storms that is actually going through the entirety of the East Coast. To the point that in my area, the schools were like shutting down for the next day because they were thinking, oh, there's going to be tornadoes. I'm like, don't tell me this when I'm literally supposed to be flying out in the morning. And I get to the airport. Everything seems fine. My sister is constantly like, hey, let me know if I need to come get you in case they like cancel or delay your flight and all that. And I'm just like, don't tell me these things before I'm supposed to fly. Because my God, that is the quickest way to freaking get my anxiety going. Oh, sorry for ads. I feel like I meant to snooze those and I forgot. My bad. Hi, Mochi. No, you're not too late. Come back. No, come back. Come back. Yes, you're way too late. Get out. No! Mochi! Wrong. No. There you go. There's my toggles. Yay! Yay! My friend's back. Okay. Anyway. So, get to the airport. Everything seems to be fine. Nothing has been updated about the flight. The flight is leaving on time. It's like a little windy, but it's not anything much because the storms weren't technically supposed to be getting to us till like later in the day. So I'm like, okay, fine, it's good. I'm just gonna get there and it's fine. Hi, Zoingo. Hi. So I have to have a connecting flight. So I'm leaving out of my main airport and I'm flying up into Baltimore, Maryland for some weird reason because it doesn't make sense when you look at the US map why I need to go up to just go to the left. But it is what it is. So I get to Baltimore, land on time, have plenty of time until my next connection flight. It's great. I get to my connection gate. Plane's already there. Beautiful. Wonderful. Perfect. Everything's fine. I message my family. I'm like, hey, I made it to the airport fine. Everything's going good. The plane's already there. And I'm like, okay, great. Awesome. Messaging everybody else. I am meant to be meeting up with Saranya when I get into the San Antonio airport, which is where I was flying in to go to Deer's place. And we were going to pick up the rental car that I had gotten there and drive to Deer's place together. That was the original plan because we were planning on landing roughly around the same time. So everything kind of hinged on me getting to the airport around the same time as Saranya. Remember this. This is going to be important for later. So I get to my gate. We get boarded onto the plane. We're sitting there for a while. And after a bit, it's just like, I would have thought we would take off by now. Then we hear the pilot over the speaker and be like, hey, everybody, hey, so you may see or got notified that your plane has been delayed. This is in fact true. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? So I look at my phone and the plane is delayed. Takeoff is delayed by like 2 hours. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is things delayed? What? And I'm like, 2 hours and we're already on the plane. So turns out, turns out during their inspection on the plane, they found that there were some dents in the plane for some weird reason. And they're like, okay, we need to verify this, and there's protocols that we have to do. What the fuck is this music? Wolfenstein? Why is Wolfenstein trying to make an audio track for a fly? Anyway. So, they have to apparently document all the dents with maintenance, which apparently is going to be a 90-minute minimum process to document a couple dents. Like, oh my god. Girl, love the hat. Where'd you get it? Hi, Blast. Thank you. This is a asset that was made by the lovely artist Sandvobun. I got it off of Etsy. If you go down into my About Me, there are some links to the people that some of the stuff that I've used before. Like this model is from Suica. The hat is from Sandvobun. I like it because there's toggles. I can change up the colors a little bit. And there's like decorations you can put, like, that's a decoration you can put on there. Changes up the thing. Thank you. I like it. I've used it since my first model when I started it. I appreciate it. Yeah, the artist did very good stuff, and it's beautifully rigged. So yeah, back to the plane. So they have to disembark us from the plane while they're documenting everything. We're just sitting out there in the middle of Baltimore airport, just waiting, and a lot of us are getting like hungry, we're thirsty. There were people that apparently were supposed to be like connecting to go to California, that they had to switch planes because obviously they weren't going to meet their connecting flights anymore. It was rough time. Finally though, they say, hey, everything's good now, we don't need to change the plane, everything interior is working just fine. Now, I fully understand that they needed to check the planes, especially to make sure everything was fine, especially since the news has basically been overrun with like freaking airplane crashes everywhere, so everybody's like rightfully a little nervous. I truthfully did not tell the others in our group Discord for the trip that my plane needed to get inspected because I didn't want to scare them with the thought of my plane having something wrong with it. Thankfully, no, everything is fine. They just documented the dents. Finally get on the plane. Finally get down to San Antonio. 2 hours later, I'm like, okay, great. So I land there probably, I want to say 3 o'clock. Hi, Blushy. Hi. Hi, little guy. So yeah, I get to San Antonio. It's like roughly 3 o'clock or so, I want to say. Finally get my luggage and make my way over towards where the rental thingy is, which for some reason is just like on the ass end of the other side of the airport. I'm like, oh my god, I just want to get in the car. I just want to drive to Deer's place. I just want to vibe. I am so tired. I'm hungry. I haven't slept very well. I think I got maybe 3 hours of sleep the night before because I had a very early flight, and I rarely sleep very well the night before a flight. Can't stay too long. That's okay. I'm just happy that you decided to pop in. I always appreciate it. Finally get to the rental. Rentals are very expensive already. If you guys didn't know, renting a car in general is not cheap. It could be between $50 to $60 per day. And I was there for a little under a week. And I get up to the rental. And San Antonio and Texas in general, scary place. Not so much scary of the area that you're in. Scary because of the drivers. The drivers, oh my god, they're awful. It is almost as bad. Mochi will understand this. Mochi, San Antonio and the drivers were like how V's place was. It was that bad. Except people drove on the side of the curbs, like constantly. Like, nothing is different about that. That apparently is a normal thing. And I was just like, oh, great, fine. Last time I was there at DeerCon, I didn't drive anywhere. I didn't get a rental. Deer basically picked me up and drove me everywhere. Oh, God, yeah, it was that bad. Deer basically drove me everywhere, which is like, okay, I can just get a rental. It's going to be easier because there's going to be more of us. I'll just make use of it. Yeah, not good, not good. So I get up to the rental place and they're like, hey, we're running a special right now, upgrading to a bigger size car. It's only this amount of days. I'm like, I mean, I don't really need that. I just need something. They're like, oh, and then they mention, oh, it can also upgrade you so you have Apple CarPlay. I'm like, wait, you mean the car that I don't currently have reserved has that feature? Excuse me? And for people that don't have Apple or whatever, so Apple CarPlay and Samsung CarPlay in cars is basically just so you can plug in your phone and it's on a big display screen. Basically, what I mainly needed because of navigation, I needed to use Google Maps somehow so I can comfortably see where the fuck I was going, because I don't know where anything is in Texas. And they're like, oh yeah, the car that you rented, it doesn't actually have that capability. I'm like, excuse me, what? I have never been in a rental in the last couple of years, and I rent a lot sometimes. I do a lot of traveling, so I'm renting cars fairly frequently. It's nothing that I'm not used to. I have never had a car that was 2019 and up that did not have CarPlay in it in some way, shape, or form. And I'm like, well, I guess I am upgrading. Great. So my 400 something bill that would have been for the rental went up to almost $1,000. That hurt my wallet. That hurt my wallet very much. And I'm like, oh, great. Fine. It's gonna be fine. Cause I recently am going to be getting a little bit of money come Monday or so for my job because they accidentally overcharged me something that I didn't owe as much. So I'm getting a good rebate on back. So it's gonna be fine. It's gonna get taken care of. But that so fucking sucked. It's all going on the plane credit card though, so I'm getting flyer miles, which I'm gonna need for this year with the amount of traveling that I'm doing. It's insane. So I finally get the keys to the car. They're like, go pick this one from this parking spot. I'm like, okay, fine. I get up. Apparently, a thing that is starting to happen, and this, you can all make fun of me for being the iPhone user right now. So my iPhone plugs in with that lightning cable thing still. It's not upgraded to the USB-C yet. I don't want to get a new phone just for that. I'm letting my phone die as much as I can before I have to, unfortunately, get an upgrade for it. And it hasn't upgraded to USB-C. The car that I'm in doesn't have a normal USB plug-in. It only has USB-C capability plug-in things. It's only USB-C. I'm like, what? What? So I'm just sitting here and I'm like, this is a very expensive car and I got this specifically because I needed the CarPlay. I'm like, fuck. And I checked. I'm fairly car savvy when it comes to tech because it's literally part of my job to know the cars. It's not technically the brand that I'm using, but I'm fairly tech savvy when it comes to cars. I check all over. This car does not have wireless CarPlay capabilities. I'm like, okay, this isn't gonna work. So I get up, I go to the help desk thing that's nearby in the parking garage where all the rentals are. And I'm like, hey, I need to exchange this car. I got this specifically because I needed CarPlay and this one doesn't have the right plugs. And they're like, oh, that's like pretty normal with some of these newer 2025 models that are coming out, that they only have like USB-C plugins. And I'm just like, no, it fucking isn't. I'm thinking that in my head. I'm not telling that to the nice checkout lady there because she's just trying to do her job. And I'm like, respectfully in my head, I'm like, ma'am, no, it isn't fucking normal. Might be for like certain European model cars, but not most. Ugh. So they're like, okay, I've got these two other cars that you could possibly pick from that are close to what you were already paying. There might be another small upcharge. There was, unfortunately, a small upcharge. But you can go pick out one of those. I'm like, okay, let me just at least go check them first to make sure that it has the plug. So I get to the cars, check the first one, doesn't have the thing. Check the second one. Thankfully, it does have a normal USB plug-in. I'm like, great, perfect, fine. I go back, I get the keys, I get in the car. As soon as I turn it on, hey, do you want to use wireless CarPlay? I'm like, motherfucker. I'm like, fine, whatever. It was such a headache. But I finally get in the car. It has been over an hour and a half since I landed. So it is 4:30 in San Antonio, a large city with many highways and lots of construction and a lot of people. And you know what 4:30 is close enough to? 5 o'clock for the rush hour. And the traffic was so god awful. I'm like, my eye is twitching just remembering it. Jesus Christ. It was so bad. And I'm just sitting there in traffic, clutching the steering wheel, praying that nobody hits me. And I am just nervous as hell. I'm like, please don't hit the rental. Please don't hit the rental. I've never had to like actually fire an insurance claim on the rental before. Please never. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Driving so defensively, because when you're in a city, you have to do both defensive and offensive, because nobody will just let you in. You kind of have to shoehorn your way when you're merging onto the highway. Thankfully, I get out of San Antonio. I make a call to Deer, but like the first thing they're like, hey, and I'm just like, I hate traffic. And I'm just like, I'm about 30 minutes out. I'm so tired. I'm hungry. And they're like, okay. I remember getting a rental for a Grand Canyon trip for the family. It was stressful. I get you. Also, hi. Hi, Flip. Hi. It was just, ugh. At least it wasn't the big ass truck we got when we visited V. It was close enough, Mochi. I was driving a Jeep Cherokee. Hi, Supreme. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Hi. Guys, if you guys don't know Supreme, hang on, let me get Flip first, and I'll get Supreme. Supreme just debuted as a VTuber. He is a neat little alchemist doctor thing. You know, when I think about it, our models can kind of like meet up in the sort of universe, because I'm in a bit of a fantasy universe too. Hi, Supreme. Thank you so much for following. I'm hoping you're having a good day. I popped into the Divi stream the other day, and guys, Supreme has really cute kids. I heard his daughter talking in the mic, and she was like 3 years old and very cute sounding. It was so cute. But please go follow Supreme in their new VTuber journey. I hope you're having a good day. I'm just talking about my vacation from the last couple of days. Hi, Sierra. Hi. So I get to Deer's house, and Deer, oh my god, I like collapsed into them when I was like hugging them, and I'm like, I'm so tired, but I'm happy I'm here, and my friends and Sargoto and Sarani are there, and it was great. I got to hug them. We just hung out for a while, and we had gotten like a bunch of blind boxes to open up together. It's just like little gifts. It was a good time. I may have gotten so if you were at the hand cam stream that Deer did on Monday, yes, Monday, me and Sarani were there. We were all just kind of hang out at their house, and I had gotten them a series of blind boxes. I don't even remember the series at this point. I don't even really want to remember the series. I had just gotten them because they looked artsy, and I was like, this looks neat. These look cool. I'm just gonna get these. We open up the packaging, and the paper packaging that's around like the blind box figure and stuff like that, so you can't like see what it is right away. It's black and white, looks really dreary, and there are fences and barbed wire on there. And I'm like, huh, okay. I look over at Deer, and Deer's like, this is very Holocaust looking. And I'm like, and I immediately am like horrified. I'm like, what do you mean I picked out the Holocaust blind boxes? The figures themselves were not themed that. The packaging, however, was trying to be dark and edgy, and it just read Holocaust. And it doesn't help that later we were watching like one of the first X-Men movies, and if you didn't realize, X-Men, like the origin of like Magneto and stuff, a lot of it is basically started in the Holocaust. And they're like, oh, hey, it's the blind box again. And I'm just like, kill me now. Congratulations, Anna, you did it. You picked the Holocaust thing. I didn't mean to. It just, Amazon fucked me, man. Amazon fucked me. I was promised cute, artsy little figures, and I got fucking Holocaust. I fucking can't anymore. So after that, we go get dinner at Whataburger, which I have found out, weirdly enough, the last few times that I have flown out to Texas. So I've flown out to Deer's Place twice now. And then I also flew out to WeebCon one year. Every single time I've flown into Texas, I get there exhausted and tired as hell. And it seems to end up, it's become a tradition at this point now that I get Whataburger. So I'm like, am I ever going to experience Whataburger when I'm not dying of exhaustion? Oh yes, give me the Whataburger study. Wasn't that much of a story. It was good. I just get your normal cheeseburger and I sub mustard and put cheese on it instead for like ketchup and stuff. Though the one thing that I am learning, oh, I'm sorry, the Twitch app is crap, Mochi. Oh my god, I was fighting with it so bad the other day. I was gonna throw something. So the interesting about Whataburger is that it works kind of like Burger King. I'm just unwrapping my my Uncrustable, don't mind me. It works like Burger King where they don't inherently have cheeseburgers. You have to ask for it. I think the first time I got Whataburger, I didn't know that. So I just had a hamburger and it was, I need cheeseburger. I need the cheese. I am a white woman. I need my cheese. And they apparently also don't inherently put ketchup on there, but they have spicy ketchup. And then they also bring out a whole tray of like the utensils and side things for you to pick from. I'm like, huh. I'm not used to this. I'm a northeasterner from birth, and I'm just used to them just shoving everything in the bag and be like, okay, yeah, get out. I'm like, okay, fine. It was just normal. But it was good. It was good. I would probably get it again, probably a junior size, because my god, the normal Whataburger sizes are fucking huge. Like the burger probably was the size of my face. We had a Whataburger close to us in Georgia, only went twice because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Yeah, you need like an instruction manual when you're going to Whataburger. I remember when we were driving over, I actually like looked at the menu this time on my phone. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna do this again. What the fuck? What do I do? Big meaty patty, shut the fuck up. But it was good. It was good. So we get Whataburger. We go back to Deer's Place. We just hang out for a bit. And then it's time for me and Saranya to get to our Airbnb because we need to check in. So we were in this cute Airbnb that was a tiny house. I don't know if y'all have ever seen what tiny houses before. Back in 2020, they were starting to become a very big thing. And it seemed like it was going to be the new, like, affordable house for people. A tiny house essentially is just an RV. That's basically it. It's basically a mobile home that is like a trailer. So let me just get a picture of one real quick. And that'll probably make a little bit more sense. There you go. That's probably the closest that I can get. Now, the one that we were in was not this small. It was a little bit bigger, but you know what? Same thing. Don't mind the ethereal glow. So, a tiny house is basically just a trailer that has been renovated to look like the inside of a house, and that you can just move it. That's it. That's the whole appeal to it. But we picked that because we were talking about like camping and stuff, and we're like, oh, this is cute. Sure, why not? Hi, Tofu. Hi. Hi, hi. So we get to the tiny house thing. There's like a couple of them in a circle because the owner basically just got a whole bunch of tiny houses and we're making them like a little resort. We're like, okay, that's fine. That's cute. It's whatever. So we pull up to one of them that we assume is ours. We get out, we're looking at the instructions. They're like, okay, there's a lockbox on the side. You have to go plug in some codes to get the key. I'm like, okay, fine. The sun is going down and it's very dark. The area that Deer lives in is like true darkness. There are no light pollution. Everything is just a void. If you were honestly, if I was going to pick a horror themed place to be in, it would be in rural Texas because it's just darkness out there. There is nothing to see. It is amazing when you're not freezing and trying to get into your Airbnb. So we're just literally have our flashlights on our phones and we are circling this trailer. I'm like, it's a good thing no one else is here because they would think we were trying to break in. We get to lives in a very theme. Yeah, they're very much in their theme. I mean, sorta. Not so much Texas, but the void. So we're just circling this Airbnb and we're just like with our little flashlights just trying to find how the lockbox. We eventually get the lockbox. Code's not working. Like, huh? What? Why is it not working? Why no worky? So Sarania is messaging the owner while Deer and I are just trying the code multiple times. And we're like, okay, it's not working. What's going on? We're trying everything we possibly can. We're thinking, did we not like line up the numbers correctly? Are we trying to crack a code? What the fuck is this? Why are we in an escape room-esque bit trying to get into our own freaking house? And they're like, oh, you're the one with the green stairs, right? Like, what? So we look, like, no, those stairs are definitely brown. I'm like, huh, okay. So they're like, oh yeah, you need the one with like the little green stairs. I'm like, okay. So we wander around and finally noticed. So one of the tiny houses had the lights on inside. We assumed that was where somebody else was staying. We thought those were actual people. Because it was like, I want to say possibly close to 10 o'clock that night. 9 or 10, I don't know. So we get to the one with the green stairs. It is the one with the lights on. The owner had left the lights on for us as like a significant, like, hey, this is the one you want. And we're like avoiding it like the plague because we thought other people were there. So we get in, code works fine, get into the place, it's very cute. I would show you pictures, but I need to edit them because Sarania's in a couple of them, so I don't want to accidentally dox them. But maybe I'll show y'all later. But yeah, we get to the Airbnb inside. It's very cute. There is basically, it's set up, you walk in, there's like a little kitchenette. There's a bathroom to the right side. To the left, there is a understairs loft with one of the beds. Up the stairs on the left side is like a little living room area with a couch and a TV. And then on the right side, there is a ladder that goes up to another loft where another of the beds are. Like, okay, fine. So I call the one that's underneath the stairs because I actually have an irrational fear of falling down stairs and ladders and stuff like that. It kind of freaks me the fuck out. I don't have an explanation for it, but I do. And then Sarania gets the upper bunk, so they climb up into the ladder and everything, which works out good because each time, I admit, I did get drunk a couple of times. And by the time I've gotten back to the Airbnb, I'm still pretty tipsy. So me going up a ladder is probably not the best idea. We get everything settled in the place. Let's go drinking. Yes, I did drink. It was nice because I admit, I am most of the time the DD when I'm hanging out with friends because either I have the rental or paranoia or just the situation calls for me to like be a little bit more on the guarded side. So it was nice to be able to let loose a little bit and be able to trust the people I'm with and also have a reliable person to drive us home. So I really do thank Sarania a lot for driving us back. And it was a good time. So let's see. Next day, we go to San Antonio. Not San Antonio. We drive up to Austin for a bit because there's this big bookstore that we wanted to go to, like a Japanese bookstore called Kinokuniya, which is like, I think, a Japanese chain bookstore. Spend an obscene amount of money in there. We go over to an Asian grocery store that is in the same complex. Like, there's basically this little complex that was in Austin that has a Asian grocery store. It has Kinokuniya, it had Kuro Sushi, there was KBBQ, there was like a Japanese cheesecake place with like the fluffy jiggly cheesecakes and stuff. It was so good. I love that place. So going to the grocery store, we find this thing that we've been trying to find that is just like the yellowed pickled radish that you can get at like some sushi places and KBBQ. KBBQ. B. Am I adding too many B's? I think I'm adding too many B's, but you know what? It's fine. We find the pickled radish that we were looking for from last time in like 2 seconds because of Sarania. The funniest thing is, the last time me and Deer were there, we had Senlit with us, and Senlit is Asian. Senlit is straight up Japanese, and Sen couldn't figure out which of the pickled radishes were the correct one. And we're like, Sen, please, we're too white for this. Help us. So it took Sarania finding it for us to be able to get the right one, and it was delicious. We were happy about that. Deer was happy about that. We get to Kuro Sushi. And one of Deer's favorite things, and admittedly ours too, is they love to get the tamago sushi, which is basically the egg omelet on a bed of rice, is like one of their favorite things to get. So we end up ordering a shit ton of those from Kuro Sushi, which is also, I didn't specify, Kuro Sushi is the conveyor belt sushi places. So they have like the sushi that's just on a constant conveyor belt that you can just grab, or you can order something very specifically. So we order a shit ton of the tamago sushi, and then we unlocked a new stim. All of us had unlocked a new stim from the days that we were there, and we just kept seeing the tamago sushi rolling around the conveyor belt, and each time we would see it, we would just go, oh hey, tamago. We just kept doing that constantly, and that stim just stayed with us for the rest of the trip. Not tomato, tamago. 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 Egg. So constantly, like in silence, we would just go, oh hey, tamago, and we would repeat it, and we're still doing that. Eggy. Yes, egg. So you're probably gonna hear me, Sarani, and Deer say that constantly for no reason. And after that, we go over to like Daiso. We pick up an ube cheesecake from like the jiggly cheesecake thing, which was really fucking good. Apparently, according to Sarania, it didn't have as much ube flavor as they would have preferred, but I don't know. I just know it was me themed because, oh my god, that was the most purple cheesecake I've ever seen, and I loved it. The tism stimming grows, soon they'll be unstoppable. It gets worse when all of us are in the same room. It just gets worse. So next day is a lazy day. We just kind of basically hang out at Deer's for the majority of the day. Deer makes Japanese curry for us, so I got to have like properly made Japanese curry for the first time. It was so fucking good. I also learned Texas is very cheap when it comes to their meat. They got 3 ribeye steaks that were thick ribeye steaks. A pack of 3 of them for only $30 fucking dollars. $30! What do you mean you can get $30 steaks somewhere? What the fuck? You try to get that somewhere around here, you're gonna be paying $30 for maybe 1 or 2 of them. It just, how is it that cheap? I guess it's just because Texas. They have the cows nearby. They can locally source them. The fuck if I know, man. Deer and Sarani are trying so hard to convince me to move to Texas. There is a talk of a commune. They want to make a commune just slightly north of Austin. Where, like, it will be like Jamestown, except instead of Kool-Aid with cyanide or arsenic, it'll be Kool-Aid with whiskey. Peg commune. No, not Texas. Oh, wait, a commune. Never mind. Just basically making a homestead. Basically, I don't. They're trying to convince me to Texas like a lot, and admittedly, it's not out of my head all the way, because it would be very nice to live closer to friends. That is the nice thing. I'll move there in a heartbeat. Suck it, Yankee. Let's go out shopping and pick a cow next door. Texas is so hot, though. It's so hot where I'm at, too. The only difference is Texas is slightly drier than my area. My area is humid as fuck. I can probably deal with it. Air conditioning is a thing. Someone who lives in Texas, how much are tomahawks? I don't know. I'd have to ask Deer. We'll ask Deer if we see them later. So we have that. Saturday, however. My God. So it's a day 2 in Austin. We go there specifically because we have reservations at this one restaurant that is basically like a shabu shabu sort of place, Japanese styled izakaya sort of thing. We go there because they have this one course. It is a 10-course meal called an omekaze, where it included things like shabu shabu, it included seafood, it included duck, it had bone marrow, there was A5 Wagyu beef. My God. I cannot express to you the flavors of that food. I can't repeat it. I can't get that kind of flavor anywhere else. I thought I had good food before. It doesn't compare to this. Each time we were just taking a bite, it was just like, oh my God, I'm like having an orgasm in my mouth. Oh, it's so fucking good. I just ate and now I'm hungry again. I think I have some pictures that don't have people in it. So let me grab some pictures really quick and I'll show y'all. Scrolly. Yeah, I've got some pictures of the food. So, let me just scoot over here real quick. I might have to turn my filter off for some of the pictures, but you know what? It's fine. So this, grab it, drag it to my desktop and into YouTube Studio. There we go. I'll zoom this in. So this is the 10-course meal. So it starts off with the toriyazu, then it goes into the shabu shabu, the shime, and then the dessert. So we start with a piece of the A5 Wagyu beef with wasabi salt, a tuna thing, and then lotus chips with this onion dip that was so fluffy and delicious that, oh my God, I'll just minimize this and then put this here. This was the first course. I was in charge of taking all the pictures of these. So this, the one on the left is the tuna. The one in the center is the A5 Wagyu piece that's wrapped in like a shiso leaf. And then the lotus chips with the dip. So I don't really like tuna most of the time. I fucking loved this tuna. It was so refreshing and delicious. That A5 Wagyu beef was like a butter. And my God, that dip. Literally me and Sarani were just eating it with a spoon when we were done with the chips. I've never had a dip that was like a sour cream and onion dip. But it was so fluffy. It was like whipped cream consistency, but savory. It was so fucking good, man. Oh my God. And that was just the first taste. And then we had afterwards, it was starting the shabu shabu portion. So we would get this broth of we would just get this broth, and we kept getting ingredients, and it would flavor the broth over time. So the first part of it was the seafood part. Don't mind the heavenly glow. So this was like a dashi broth And it came first with enoki mushrooms, which is like those very long, skinny mushrooms, a crab leg. Shoutouts back to the singular crab leg that we had gotten with Joel back in WeebCon, but this one's much better and honestly tasted better in my opinion. And we also had butterfly shrimp, there were scallops, and then we had like this dipping sauce back there. It was so fucking good. I'm not really a cooked shrimp person. I'm not normally this kind of, like, everything I eat, I always tasted just to try it, and everything was amazing. This is like a picky eater's, like, life right now. It's the best way to try stuff. And you would just swirl this in the hot broth, because underneath that on the table was like a stone, like a stove to keep everything warm and bubbling. And you would just flavor the broth and have your meal with that. And then afterwards came some of the meat. So this was the first time I ever tried duck in my life. Oops, didn't mean to get two of them. I have never had duck before, and this was like a it's hard to see because it's glowing pink right now. So this duck was super thin. You would swirl it in the broth and cook it a little bit, and then this in the bowl there was a mix of like herbs, and it's hard to tell because it is glowing pink. That is a duck fat candle. That is a candle that is made strictly out of duck fat that they lit, and it would melt into the sauce. Wagyu is later. You'll be able to tell the difference. But who makes a duck fat candle? This is like the fanciest shit I've ever seen. Every time Joel talks about like astronomy or whatever, this is what kind of stuff that he's thinking of. It was so fucking good, dude. I've never had duck before. It was like better bacon is the easiest way I can put it. Not as fatty bacon, but all the flavor of it. And then, you guys, then it was time for some of the Wagyu. Now, the Wagyu came in two parts. So, this is the Wagyu beef. They cut it into very specifically thin slices, so you mix it into the shabu broth to cook it. And it came with like this onion slaw with like tomatoes. So you'd have that with the Wagyu, but along with that, they had fucking bone marrow. I've never had bone marrow in my life. So they had this bone marrow that they scraped for you and made into like this dipping sauce. Oh, hi Sargoto. Hi! Yeah, I'm telling them about DeerCon, and my mouth is already watering. And like, holy shit. Oh, wait a second, you were there. Yes, you were. We were both getting drunk. They were supposed to scrape it. Yeah, you scraped it. You did the job of the waiter. They were the ones that went around and scraped it for us and mixed it. You were the one that took over. But yeah, oh my god. They scraped the bone marrow out of that and made it into this broth that you would dip the Wagyu into and just kind of make like a little Wagyu sandwich with all the stuff. Oh my god. My mouth is literally salivating. Oh wait, that wasn't the Wagyu. What was that? I was wrong. That wasn't Wagyu. This is pork. I'm sorry. This is actually pork. My bad. I was like, wait a second. That doesn't look right. That was, pork belly. Okay. That was my bad. That was pork belly. That actually just tasted like a straight up BLT. My bad. This is why I have the menu here. And okay. So that was the pork belly that you'd have with the onion and the tomato. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. I remember now because we all kept saying it tasted like an amazing BLT. So then the bone marrow came out, and this is the Wagyu. This is the Wagyu that you'd have with the bone marrow. My god. So you can see all the marbling in the Wagyu slices, all that fat. It was like fucking butter. My god. So you'd shabu that, mix it in with like the little dip that you see there with like the roasted garlic, and you'd also mix it in with bites of the bone marrow. And it was, again, I can't even describe that flavor. So that was A5 Wagyu with the bone marrow and shisho chimi, which is what the bone marrow is mixed in with. And gyomaki, which I guess is what that other meat was. I don't know. It just, I couldn't pronounce it. I couldn't keep up with that. I was just like, just get it into my mouth. It was so good. And then along with it, they came out with truffle rice that you would mix in with the dashi broth and basically just make a congee, which is basically a rice porridge. So you take some of the broth, you mix it in with the rice with the truffle. Oop. I'm not looking at OBS. What happened? Hi, hello, whoever you are. Hi, thank you. Hey, God, where's OBS? Violetti, thank you so much for resubbing for 8 months now, for 6 months at Tier 1. I appreciate it. Get that Chica emo out of here, bitch. Get it out of here. I hate that fucking emote. I hate it. I can't ban it from my own stream. So anyway, we make this congee rice porridge thing out of truffles and that dashi that has been flavored with everything that we've been putting into the soup the entire time. Oh my god, it was so good. And then lastly, we had this panna cotta, which is like shaved ice with like a custard underneath it that was yuzu themed. That had like fresh yuzu, which is like a lemon citrus from Japan. And oh my god, it was so amazing. It was the one thing that had dairy in it that kind of hurt me, Sarania, instead. But you know what? It was fucking worth it. It was so good. Oh my god, I just... everything was amazing. VTube Studios, I'm not trying to pin things to me. Excuse me. It was so fucking good, you guys. Holy crap. I can't ever recreate those flavors ever again. It was amazing. Whoop. Sorry. One other thing that we did actually right before that is we did also go... Stop zooming in on me. Stop it, VTube Studio. I'm zooming on Discord. Okay, thank you. We went to this Chinese tea house. And where did I put those pictures? Did I not upload pictures of the tea pets? Fuck, I did not. Okay, here's a picture. I think Sarania took the picture. I'm trying to find one of the tea pets that doesn't also include us. Where are you? Here it is. There we go. So they have these little tea pets here. We were having a pu'er tea, which is like those pucks of tea. Ah, hi Beanie! Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Hi! And in traditional Japanese tea, what you do is you spill like the first thing of tea while you're brewing it onto these little things called tea pets. There were these two little tea pets. There was a bunny and a chunky frog. I think the person said that they didn't remember what the bunny's name was, but the chunky frog was named Chungshu, I want to say. Hi, Beanie. Hi. The tea was really, really nice. Me and Sargoto were... I want to say me and Sargoto were probably like the most excited. Sar saw this and he really wanted to try this in Austin. So we made a special trip before dinner to go to there. And oh my god, I love tea. It was like a really nice like earthy tea. Though the place that we went to was very feng shui, yoga shop, sort of metaphysical vibes and stuff. But it was still a really good time and my god, I can't get over those flavors. And let's see. So after Austin that day, Sunday, there we go. Sunday we go to San Antonio because we are doing KBBQ and we are also doing Round 1, which is a huge arcade machine place. So we go to KBBQ. Sarania and Deer are having shots of shoju. Hi, One Arm. Thank you so much for a resub for 2 months. I appreciate it. Hi. But yeah, Sarania and Deer are taking advantage of the other people driving and being there to drive, and they're just taking shots of soju. It was really good soju, I will admit. Let me see. I could technically show this one because the only one that's in there is Sen, and Sen is a face streamer, so technically it's not doxing him. I think that works. Okay. Can you like hex me out of work, please? I wish I could, but I can't. Otherwise, I would be trying to do that. How much KBBQ did you get? We got a lot of food. I may have personally not eaten a lot of it, but I had a lot of it. So we went to this one place that's like KBBQ meets sushi meets shabu shabu. So you could pick 2 out of the 3 or have all 3 options if you wanted. So this was like our first round of food. There was so much of it that I kind of lost track. So we had gotten sushi, we had gotten pork, we had gotten bulgogi, we had gotten rice, we had gotten veggies, we had gotten everything. Welcome, Sandy. Welcome back. It was so good. I had some sushi. I had some miso beef, I want to say, or was it pork? I don't know. I also had takoyaki. It was very good. The meat I'll never taste. That's fine. Seafood's not for everybody. But it was really good. You can also see in the center the soju. That soju, it was like a grape flavored soju. Actually really fucking good. It was really smooth. It was better than the soju that we had gotten at the grocery store before. But Deer proceeded to get drunk. Because it does not take a lot for Deer to get drunk. Oop, I shrunk. It does not take a lot for Deer to get drunk. Because of their medication, the alcohol just immediately goes to their head. There was one point where Deer was trying to, we thought there was like a salt shaker there that worked like the grinding one that you like twist to get the salt out. They just uncapped the salt and poured all the salt into a dip that they were trying to make. All of the salt in there is just like a giant pile of it, kind of like those like pranks that people do for salt shakers in like restaurants. You would like unscrew the cap a little bit, so if somebody shakes it or turns it over, all the salt just pours out. That dip tasted like the sea. It did. I think we wanted a little bit of dip with the salt. We're like, okay, Deer, you're cut off. You're cut off. So like the sugar dish from Sword in the Stone, I want to say yes. I don't remember Sword in the Stone perfectly. But yeah, we finished dinner there, lunch there, and then we go to round 1. And round 1 worked. Oh, hi Salsa, thank you so much for resubbing. I appreciate it. 8 months now. Oh my god, almost got some sub babies in here. Yar matey, we be sailing the 7 tips. I remember older movies. Sword in the Stone was also my era, but it's been a very long time since I sat there. Hi, Sam. Hi. Hi, Sam. Hang on, let me shout you out real quick, Sam. There you go. Not a streamer. Very neat person. Go follow. So we get to round 1. We're running all over the place. Basically, you just let a bunch of VTubers all over running everywhere. And so we get a bunch of prizes. Sarania got so many giant plushies that we couldn't fit them all in their luggage, so one of them had to be sent back. Sandy, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. One of the things that we did get, I had to explain to my mother this one. There was one, Mochi! Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Sam. I appreciate it. So in one of the machines, they have like these machines with like specifically giant plushies. They had a tentacle one. And there were purple and pink ones. So we were like, okay, we need to get the purple ones just on pure, like, it needs to be because Hun. Because Hun specifically. So me and Deer had won 2 purple plushies. Sarania had gotten 1 pink one. Of course, we wrap up the baby in it. You want that Chashu plush? No, you can't have it. That's a one of a kind. I had picked up that possum plushie for Deer because they're going to be going to WeebCon. And one thing that they talked about all the time was taking a Chathu plushie to the grassy knoll. For reasons that you can ask them about that. So I picked up the plushie and they needle felted the yellow nose and fixed up the eyes. But yeah. We had won a bunch of plushies. I still have that tentacle one on my desk right next to me. Deer also won me a bat plushie that was really cute. That's on my bed right now, and I love him. That one was nearly going to drive us fucking insane, though, because that machine was really fucking tricky. I actually also won at one of the 2-prong game machines. That was like you had to push like the thing down like a rubber tip. I'm not describing this in a way that doesn't sound weird. Do I have any pictures of it? Did I take any pictures? I don't think I did. Yeah, lads did train me well. That was the one thing that I could say that I I took from lads. It actually trained me a little bit on my claw machine game. No, I did not take pictures of it. I'll get pictures of it later and probably post them up. But I won a Miku figure out of it, a Miku Hatsune figure. I was just like, I literally screamed among this room that also had a lot of small children. Holy fucking shit. Like, at the top of my lungs, I was that excited. I was like, I finally won something on my own! Because most of the time, Deer is the one that's winning me stuff because I'm not good at crane machines, but they have the crane machine autism that seems to work in their favor. I was there so much screaming. Yeah, Sar saw it and Max saw it. It was so fun. I was like, ah! So we win a lot of prizes. We stayed there to the point that the mall literally was closing, so we had to go the long way back to the car outside because they barred the doors. But you know what? We had a good time. It was a very good time. Then after that, went back to Deer's place. We watched more X-Men. Oh, I forgot to mention. I forgot to mention. So when we were at the 10-course meal place, I got very drunk. And when I get drunk, I get giggly and I get very affectionate. I think I've said I love my friends like 5 different times during dinner. And when we got back to Deer's place, so Deer has this the kotatsu table, which is, if you guys don't know, is like a low table that you sit on the floor on pillows, and there's like a heater underneath it. So there's a long kotatsu, some cushions on the floor, and then behind those cushions is the couch. So you can sit on the couch or you can sit on the floor. Sarania sat on the couch. I laid on the floor pillows. I just laid down there on there because I was like sleepy and getting over being drunk. And then Deer came over and sat down, and I will fully admit, I just laid my head on their lap and I napped for a bit. I used my friend as a lap pillow. It was actually very comfortable. Hi, Axman. Hi. But it was very nice. I was just like, I could be embarrassed about it later, but I was like, oh, this is actually comfortable. Napping on the homies, the dream. Yeah, platonic napping on your friends. So after round 1 on Sunday, we get to Monday. Monday is just stream day, and it is unfortunately our last day. So Sargoto had to leave earlier that day. We had woken up, gotten some breakfast tacos at this little Mexican place that's near them. That had really, really good fucking Mexican food. Oh my god. The tortillas were amazing. I have my white person, I can't handle spicy potato, cheese, egg tacos with like the tiniest amount of the salsa that they have, and that still hurt. Gotta punch back in for break. Aw, have a good rest of your day, One Arm. I hope work goes by smoothly for you. They were very good tacos, but yeah. Thank you for making it to my farewell tacos. Of course! I know we talked about like getting there before 12, but we all got confused on like timing and stuff. We were all eepy the night before, so I'm happy that we were able to make it. It was a very good time. So we have our tacos. We say bye to Sar. Sar has to fly home. Sar's flight goes uneventful, thankfully, and they get back probably because they avoided Baltimore. Baltimore is just a haunted airport, man. Sargoto also had issues with Baltimore. When Sar got to Baltimore for their connecting flight, the airport's power was completely off. I don't know what the fuck is up with Baltimore, but don't go to that airport. So we have our stream, which is just basically our big hand cam stream with Deer on their channel, where we opened up blind boxes. Deer worked on a crafting. We had our sour charcuterie board over there. That was fun. I think by the time of it, we were all just either crashing because it had been a long week or sugar crashing. I don't know. We were just eepy. But we had that. We just hung around. Then we had to go back to the Airbnb. Sarania had to say goodbye because they were leaving very early the next day and would not see them. I was going to be seeing Deer and Max for a while the next day. So we get back to the Airbnb, and so we're roughly 30, we're almost like 45 minutes to an hour away from San Antonio Airport. Sarania's flight boards at 4:45 in the morning. So, to be on the safe side, they want to be at the airport by 3, which means, for timing wise, we need to be there by 2. I'm like, okay, so we just don't sleep. We get back to the Airbnb, we pack up, we get everything prepped for like basically cleaning up and leaving the next day. And we're just sitting up waiting for it to just be closer to 2 o'clock in the morning so we can just go. There was one point where we're up in the little loft area by like, whoop, okay, posture check. I was up straight, thank you. We get to the loft with like the couch and the TV, and we're just watching some like news that was about like really trashy TikTokers. One particular was called like the inmate hopper is what they called, and oh my god, it was like basically watching the Jersey Shore all over again, but TikTok version. It was awful. Awful people. Saranya is going up and down from the little loft area because they're still packing and moving things around, and at one point I just hear as like pretend that's like the sound of somebody falling downstairs, because that's what happened. I just hear this tumbling down. I'm like, are you okay? And I get up and I look over the little railing downstairs, and I just see Saranya sitting on the floor just looking up at me. They're fine, thankfully. And I'm like, what happened? Apparently their ankle just decided to give out and they just fell down the rest of the stairs. It was like the most cartoonish sounding tumbling I've ever heard in my life. Okay, I will hydrate with water. I have that too. Hydration completed. It was the most cartoonish tumbling I have ever heard from before. So thankfully they were fine. Oh, hi Break! Thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months. I appreciate it. Thank you! And once I make sure they're fine, I laugh about it, like hysterically. And 2 o'clock rolls around. Like, okay, we're driving to San Antonio. Saranya's falling asleep a little bit in the car because they are eepy. I'm like, that's fine. I'm going right now. I'm good. I've been up late before. That's nothing that I'm not opposed with. I'm a little eepy, but I'm fine. Get them to the airport. I start to make my way back towards the Airbnb. I was just gonna get a couple of hours of sleep because checkout was like at 11 o'clock. And I only had to do a couple of small last minute things and load up my car, and then I'd be good. So I get there and I'm like 20 minutes away from the Airbnb when my phone starts going, and Saranya's trying to call me via Discord. I'm like, what's happening? And unfortunately, Discord on my phone does not like taking calls. I can't ever get the microphone to work on there, so I couldn't like talk to them verbally while I was driving. So I have to pull over. I am in the middle of I'm in the middle of rural Texas, and it is dark. So I just pull off to the side in what looks like this little gated driveway thing that's kind of scary looking. And I'm just like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, so I can't find my ID. I'm like, what do you mean you can't find your ID? So they can't find... Chainsaw sounds intensify. No, I would cry. So they're like, I can't find my ID anywhere. I showed the person at the front desk a expired ID and they let me through, but I don't know if security will let me through. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I can't find anything in the car. We pretty much tore apart the Airbnb, so I don't know where it could possibly be. Yeah, Saranya had a you moment, Mochi. So like, okay, do you need me to like just wait for a bit until you get through security? Because they were not sure if security would let them through, but they might just have to do additional screening to get through. I'm like, okay, I'll go somewhere that's a little bit more well lit and safe, and I'll just wait there. So I drive up a little bit further. I pull into like this quick check gas station that thankfully is very well lit, but it is like 3:30 in the morning at this point. It is very late, and I'm like, I am very tired at this point. My eyes are like, oh, they're sore because they want to just be shut for a bit. That kind of tired. So I pull into the quick check. I'm just sitting underneath the lights and I'm just staring at my phone waiting. I'm just looking at Twitter and I'm just trying to keep awake, and I'm just watching my phone. And now and then I'll just poke around and be like, hey, did you get through yet? Did you get through yet? Update me, blah, 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 blah. And they finally were able to, because they had to turn off their phone to go through additional screening. Security thankfully let them through. They never did find their ID, by the way. They had to get a new one. But security finally let them through, and I'm like, okay, bet. I'm just gonna get to the Airbnb. I finally get there. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning at this point. I'm like, okay. And I crawl into the little bed that's underneath the loft. The deer also called a dog bed, which honestly at this point it kind of did look a little bit like a dog bed, because it was just underneath some stairs in this low ceiling thing with the mattress on the floor. So I crawl into my little human-sized dog bed and I try to sleep. My body unfortunately has a habit of, if I'm overtired and overexerting myself, it makes me want to throw up. So I slept maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours tops, before I wake up, because my stomach is literally sick to its stomach. It is sick. My stomach is sick to its stomach. Yes, that is what I meant to say, brain. That is what I meant to say. My stomach is just not feeling good. I'm like, okay, I know what I need to do. So I very quickly just drink some water. I eat a banana. I probably go, and then I'm fine. I'm like, okay. I try to nap a little bit. It doesn't work. I'm like, okay, I'm just here now. It's fine. So I just waste time. Gets a little bit closer to clock out time. I load up the car. I go to Deer's. Ate some cereal. Just hung out with them for a couple of hours. By the time it's like time for me to like actually start driving, I'm like close to tears, because I'm like, I really don't want to leave, because I don't get to see my friends very often because everybody's so long distance. And I'm just like, I really like hanging out with my friends. And we're sad about it, and I threatened Deer to not give me that face, that like sad puppy dog face, because they're like, commune, think about the commune. And I'm like, don't look at me like that or I will start crying. Thankfully I held it together. Big girl here. Drive back, drop off the car fine, flight's fine. I think I had a small delay when we were trying to take off at my connection flight. Thankfully, I was not in Baltimore again. I finally get home. My parents pick me up, and it's like 11 by the time I am home. So I had been awake for like over 24 hours for the most part, without like a small nap. With like a small nap in between. It was a long day of traveling. So I'm still kind of getting over that, which I feel like is probably what is making my insomnia so bad recently. Just because of how little sleep I had been having the last couple of days, my body is just like, nope, we're just gonna survive off a couple hours of sleep and it's gonna be great. It wasn't that great. Man, on Friday I had maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours of sleep and I was grumpy. I was so fucking grumpy, guys. I was about to bite the head off of customers that were pissing me the fuck off. It was awful. So I'm like, So I disappeared a little bit during modding that night because I was like, hey, I'm actually like dizzy. I'm gonna go take a nap. Hang on, let me through. Bitch ass body thinks it knows better than me. Yeah. But that was my last couple of days and my last week. Damn, I don't think I've ever yapped for this long before. An hour, like over an hour and a half mostly. But yeah, that was basically my week. So we're trying to get back into the swing of it. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me grab it really quick. So, if you guys were not paying attention to Twitter and Blue Sky, I officially, finally, have a reference. A official, actual reference. Let me pull it up on stream really fast. And grab Chrome really quickly. Here it is. Ta-da! I officially, finally, I have an official reference. So if you guys ever want to try to draw me, or if you're ever confused about what I look like or whatever, this is it. This is what my future VTuber model will essentially look like. So this was made by the lovely Parasitic Bun. I commissioned them for a official reference. Anna's ref before was just my sitting emoji, yeah. My sitting emoji and whatever doodles I can do. So I finally have an official reference. It includes like the details of like the pocket watch. It includes my necklace, has the mimic bag. It's got color swatches. It has the bones on my hat. It has everything. So if you guys are ever wondering, hey, you got a reference or color sheets and stuff like that, there you go. So thank you, Parasitic Bun, for the amazing reference sheet. They are super sweet, very communicative through emails and everything. They kept me up to date. I was able to like peek in a few times while they were working on this via stream. Oh my god, I was screaming with every update, and they're super communicative. They did say they wanted to just give me an ahoge, the little clip of hair at the top of my head underneath my hat. They're like, I gave you an ahoge. I was like, it's cute. I'm fine with it. It's great. So there you go. If you guys ever need this, it is pinned to both my Twitter and my Blue Sky accounts. So very easy to find, along with like my hashtags and stuff like that, which I didn't even ask them to include. They just included all the text for me, and it was super sweet of them. I'm so happy to officially have an actual reference that I can like send to people, and now that just means I have so many more commissions I can get. All right. Let's see. Things that are gonna be happening. So besides today, I am thinking Tuesday, some either lazy okami or unpacking after I get home from work. It's gonna be later in the night because I will be closing that week, but I am off on Wednesday, thankfully, because I will be working Saturday instead. Hi, Sen. Hi, Sen. I'm always screaming eternally. Yes, I am forever screaming. I'm constantly in a state of screaming. And anybody that is particularly fan of lads, or if you're not a fan of lads and you just want to avoid it, this you can blame Saranya for entirely. They were asking me when my next lad stream would be, and I told them I don't know when. They're like, you have a nice narrator voice. I'm like, okay. So Wednesday we'll be playing lads. We are actually going to be going through Raphael's myth, kind of like how I went with Silas's myth before. The only difference is I've never done Raphael's myth, so I'm going to be experiencing it for the first time with you guys. Flip, don't make me shoot you. I will do it. Raphael doesn't get me like that though. That's only Silas. So we're gonna be doing that on Wednesday, and it's gonna be fun. And Thursday, I'm not streaming because, guys, if you didn't know, on Thursday it's gonna be my bestie Mochi's birthday. So I'm gonna be hanging out with them, doing whatever, off stream and stuff, and just spending time with my best friend. No shoes, no. I am going to be hounding you. Give them love on their birthday. Yes, my best friend. I love them. I adore them. I'm going to see them in a couple months too, along with our other bestie V. It's gonna be great. But yeah, that's what I have lined up for the week. But today, it is finally time, because as soon as I go on vacation, guess what fucking drops? The update to Scarlet Hollow. My long-awaited horror game that I actually fucking adore. So we're going back into the mines, you guys. I am so fucking excited. Let's head on over to game screen here. That's also why I also put us in the backyard, because I thought the backyard was a little bit more Scarlet Hollow themed than my interior. So let's head on over here and get ready to go back into the mines. Let me just update the game category. Scarlet Hollow. I'm so excited, you guys. I have been waiting for this forever. Okay, Doom Music, you're gonna shut up for a minute, even though you kind of are on theme. Thank you, Flip. Thank you for coming by. No, my Doom. You're gonna have Scarlet Hollow. It's a different kind of Doom. I am so fucking hyped. Alright. I've missed this game. I have missed this game so much. Alright, let me move OBS over to here. Games over here. Move my mic a little bit so I can see everything. How long has it been? It's been too long. I did this, I think I started this in November, I wanted to say, so I didn't have to wait as long as like some other people did. Game seems like it's a little loud. Turn that down a little bit. There you go. Guys, how is audio? Does everything sound okay? Oh, bye-bye, Mochi. Y'all have a good stream. I gotta take this chance to dip because I gotta do some errands. Yeah. Have a good day. Is game audio okay? It's not too loud. You still hear me fine above it because I'm gonna be doing a lot of talking. I've never seen this game before. Are there any hot monsters? I don't have the VOD for it up, unfortunately, because I sadly did not upload or save that VOD before before Twitch decided to nuke it. Audio sounds good, but not as good as you. I'm never gonna take you seriously. I'm going to fucking ban the emo file, Eddie. Don't test me. It's just so much fun. It's fine. It's fine. It is funny. There's at least one too if you have poor taste. Yeah, there was one monster in the previous chapter that I think the game will go over it because they do have a recap thing, and we're definitely gonna need a recap for this. Alrighty. Oh god, I'm so good. Please save your game now. Okay, yep, we're already there. Continue. No, no, no. Chapter 5 was supposed to be there. Hey. Hey. Hang on. No, load. This was supposed to be chapter 5. Where are you? Yep, chapter end. Yes. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I think I literally just saved over that. Oh, no. Oh, that could have been a bad thing, but you know what? It's okay. I have this save here that was sort of close to there. I don't have autosave. There is no autosave in here. It's okay. It's okay. Because you know what? This save, this was still in that same chapter. This was still in that same chapter, which means this is not going to make sense for a lot of people. But the option at the top. Quick save. Your name. Oh, you're right. Okay. Oh my god, Thursday chapter in. Okay, we're good. Okay, so it's been since October 8th. Oh, thank you so much, Plastic. Thank you. All right. Load. Chapter 8 end. Okay. You will lose under save progress. Yes, I want to load. Yes, I'm like so okay. All right, so this, if you'd like to continue this world state in episode 5, please save your game now. I mean, yeah, I did. Okay, play or slay the princess. Yeah, because this was made from there. Okay, all right, I get it. Where's chapter 5? Hello? Hang on, let me open up the Steam, because I know the new chapter is out. Library. Scarlet Hollow. Major update. Update is now. For your new cousin and step, overall these improvements improved your agency. Brand new major update on its opening acts in the game. Play the entire updated first episode of the first game with it, and your save to automatically transfer the full game whenever you're ready to continue. If you already played this game, your pre-existing saves will still carry over. Just find it to episode 5, but given the new content, I suggest dipping your toes into a fresh playthrough to see if anything. Yeah, it's there. Let me load one of the saves near the end of that game. Load from my autosave. It's there. Okay. We'll load this up. Oh, what? Oh, this is dark. Image estate bed night not found. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, hang on. Something's not right here. Let me close this really fast. I'm going to check. Make sure all the files are supposed to be in there. Manage properties. Let me just make sure all the files are supposed to be there. Verify this game's things are in there correctly. Downloads 2 of 2 items are complete. Game content, yeah. Okay. That's weird. Let me try to reload the game. Because the new chapter is definitely in there. So I don't know why it's not loading properly. Okay. Yep. Welcome home. Yep. Now, continue. Let me just... Okay, good stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep now. Good, yeah. Wayne leaves your door. Damp smell. Yep. Close your eyes, exhausted. You think of Reese trapped in, then you think of nothing. Yep. This is the end of episode 5. But it's out! It's out! What do you mean? I literally... Huh? What do you mean? Why won't you... I am in pain. I've been waiting for this for so long. I'm so confused. The Roads Untraveled releases on March 3rd. Teaser of what's being added. The Roads Untraveled Secret Hall's new major update will be releasing on March 3rd for goals to update the service's soft relaunch of the game, complete with large expansions to the first 2 episodes. When overall these improvements are improved. What happens if we don't mention it? The woods? Yep. User interface. New text box is bigger. Yep. Hi, Ron. Welcome. Well, the narrative focus on the game's episode. We're also working on restoring a cut update to episode 4. Not only will the first 2 capture, but the new and explained content will make better position for us to make episode 5 hit just the way we'd like to. But this is episode 5, isn't it? Am I wrong? The Roads Untraveled. With a brand new major update to the opening acts of the game. I hope I don't need to restart. Unfortunately, all the chapters take like 5-ish hours. I've already sunk 20 updates. It's the update in chapter 1 and 2, but they want you to know that your save will be safe. Let me double check. Let me look at like the devs' Twitter. Because I was told that... Hang on. Because this is... Discord server, March 11th, marketing guide, blah, 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 blah. Was this just an update and not actually the new chapter? Episode 3, up to date, March evening, 8 hotfix worlds. That's a hotfix, Up to date. Roads Untraveled, fix quick save low key. Nothing major, just keeping. Huh. You can expect this update earlier at the on the earlier end of 2025. Hi, Hex. Huh, the road untraveled is now. If your new cousin who's at, you can transfer the play the entire updated first episode. Oh. You know what? This is all Slay the Princess stuff. I feel like this wasn't a chapter release. I feel like this was just them updating the very beginning of the game and making like a few changes. 'Cause this is... Yeah, no, there's no... I can't find anything that specifically says like a new chapter. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, it's a soft relaunch, I guess. Okay. So that means we're gonna have to change plans. Yeah. A performance update, but no new chapter. God! Ow! I hit my hand on my desk. That hurt a little bit. Welp. That's a little bit of a bummer. So, let's see. I gotta think of a plan B. Because I was fully anticipating there being a whole new chapter update. And I am wrong! Which kind of sucks. That means I need to wait a little bit longer. Alright. I feel like there's a good portion of you that weren't here for when I first started playing this. Stop hurting yourself. It's not my fault. Gravity did it. Alright, let me see what else I have in Steam. So we have a couple options, guys. I can start the game on a different save, and I can just see what new stuff is in the beginning of the chapters. We can definitely do that. I haven't seen this game. You know what? Let me make a poll really fast. What do? Restart Hollow with new content. Okay. Damn, why does there have to be a text limit stuff or different game? Let me see. So I'm gonna give you guys the option of, I'll let this be like a 3-minute long poll of, you know, maybe 2 minutes. So if you guys could vote in the poll for me real quick, have the option of either restarting Scarlet Hollow with a new save, so we can see like what kind of updates they've done in the very beginning. I know what happens, but I know a good portion of you might not. Or I can pivot and try to play a different game altogether. I can look up my Steam. I do have Monster Hunter Wilds, but I don't know how it's going to play on my computer. That's the only thing I'm a little nervous about. I can play Okami. Let's see what else. I've got... That's the dinosaur game. Let's see. I've got Peglin. I've got Tiny Glade. I've got Unpacking. I've also got a couple other games that I haven't played before. I just need to install. I've got What Remains of Edith Finch, which is kind of like a narrative sort of horror-esque sort of game, I want to say. I have Reika, but I have not installed it, but that's like a witchy game. I've got Inscription I can just install, but I already know all about Inscription. I've got Cage of Roses, which is that lesbian vampire visual novel. I am never playing FNAF. No, FNAF is not my thing. DBD Dead by Daylight? No. Yeah, there is a game that's a dinosaur game called The Isle, but I would need to be playing it with friends. It's just basically Dinosaur Simulator, and it's more fun with friends, honestly. I heard Gary. Yeah. It's a lesbian vampire. So if you guys will just, let me see what the poll looks like right now. Different game. Okay, so far it seems like the majority is like different game. Okay. When Elden Ring, you want me to die? I am not good at Souls games, man. All right, different game. Let's see. What can I download really quick that won't kill my stream? Let me pull up... I believe in the witch build. Cute witches in Elden Ring, at least? Yeah. There's a lot of things in there that we would smash or pass and from there. I need to know more about the lesbians. I can do Cage of Roses. We can switch over to that. Let me go to like the actual like storefront. Vampire Yuri game sounds fun. It will probably be another sort of visual novel thing. All right, Scarlet Hollow. I love you. You kind of fucked me over there a little bit though. Just a little bit. Let me just switch back to just chatting for right now. Okay. Women. Yes, women. Let me show you the trailer for Cage of Roses. See if this might be something that you would be interested in. Stop auto-playing. My God. I hate the Steam. I hate the Steam mini player. It's so trash. It's so trash. All right. Let me get that up. Where's Chrome? Chrome. Are you not on the screen? Okay. Okay. I know it looks exactly the same, but I did not have Chrome on the other one here in OBS. Where the fuck? Where the fuck? There we go. Oh, that's big. That's big. That's a little too big. And that's probably going to be cropped weird. Oh, that's fine. So this is basically another visual novel. With the help of her maid Henny, Mikey is able to escape. That's the main character. That's Henny, her handmaiden. So this is straight up a lesbian romance novel. Only to find herself captured by the mysterious vampire Magdalena? Magdalena? The artwork is very lovely in this game. Magdalena. With Johann and Heidenmary, I want to say. I have to permit the term lesbians. What the hell, Twitch? But yeah. Feels safer with Magdalena than she ever did with her fiancé. I had considered... Yeah, the art is beautiful. The artwork is gorgeous in here. I had considered seeing if I could get like one of my friends to kind of like voice this a little bit with me, but I have no idea like what the voices are going to be like. Nope, shut up. So that is definitely an option we can do. And so far the reviews have been very positive. There's only like 67 reviews right now though, but it's made by 2.5 Studios. So we can do this one. I would just need to install it. Name sounds very Germanic. Yeah, they do sound very German, which means I'm not going to be able to pronounce a single goddamn thing. All right, you know what? I'm in the mood to talk like verbally. So let me just do this and install Cage of Roses really quick. It's very small. I don't think it'll take. Is this VESPIAN LEX? You say that there is technically an adult patch that I could install off stream though. That's going to be for after I'm done with the game on stream, and that's just going to be for me. All right, let me see how well my download goes with this. I've never downloaded something off of Steam at the same time of streaming. Yes, I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it. Not the adult patch on here. No, I don't want to. I am not opening up a blue Twitch just to do this. Not happening. No, If you guys want to have the adult patch, you go and get the game yourself. It was not expensive. All right, looks like it's already almost done installing, thankfully. But Spice, you can go look at your own Spice. I'm not doing that. I don't have a PC. Oh, perfect. It's already done. Awesome. All right, let me go back to here. And we'll load up the game. Cage of Roses. Does Twitch have a category for this yet? VESPIAN LEX. There we go. And then Cage of Roses. Oh, yes, it does. It has 4 followers. You know what? I play games for myself. I don't play games to try to get, like, attention. Vespian Lex, yes. Vampire lesbian sex. Very specifically. So this will be for the monster fuckers. Oh, good. It's already up in windowed mode. Thank you, game. I appreciate it. All right. Steam. That's Steam. Hang on. Game capture. Please capture. Capture a specific window. There you are. Cage of Roses. Aha! Alright, let me just adjust the thingy here. So this will be interesting. I don't know how long this game is. Just adjust that so we could see everything. I have no idea how much I might cover. I think this will be okay. Not covering too much. The music is very pretty. Oh, hi, dear. Hi. And oop. Hi. I was telling everybody about DearCon before. Alright. Lower that for myself because, damn, it's kind of loud. I miss you too! I miss you too! I was telling everybody about the commune. So I'm just gonna really quick make a tweet in Blue Sky and let everybody know, change of plans. Because I was lied to. Scarlet Hollow is not in fact out with a new chapter yet. Change of plans. We're playing Vespian Lex, aka Cage of Roses, aka lesbian vampires. Come say hi. You think that's Twitch baity enough? I think that's Twitch baity enough. Perfect. Alright. Wonderful. Just let Twitch know. I'm glad I didn't try to make a thumbnail, because that would have sucked. Can't do it here. Nope. Yeah, no, you don't have that ability. I can do that, though. Oh, wait. Sun's here. I didn't even shout you out. What the fuck? I'm so bad. I'm not shouting out my friends. My bad. Tell them we got sexy ladies and they'll come running. Yeah. Alright. Like I said, I had thought of seeing if I can get one of my friends to, like, voice in this with me, but I don't know how it's going to play. So we'll find out. Alrighty. Category is up. This is up. Gay things happening over here? Yes. Yes, there are very gay things. And I am once again falling into my trope of liking the white-haired, red-eyed characters. And the title. Wait, yeah. What? What about the title? The title should say Vespian Lex, right? Oh wait, no, it says Scarlet Hollow. Shit. Hang on, thank you. I wouldn't have looked. Cage of Roses. Got it. I'm gay and I'm weak. Stop outing me. Yes, women are very beautiful. Appreciate it, thank you. Alrighty. Let's do this, guys. Dear, you're German. How do you pronounce this name? How do you pronounce this? Is it Mikey? Or Mike? Help! Help my friend that took German. Because I only took French and Italian. I'm not German! I don't know what I am at. Would have had to replay Scarlet Hollow for the update? No. So, Scarlet Hollow came out with like a Mika. Mika, okay, thank you. Mika. I appreciate it, thank you. No, Scarlet Hollow, unfortunately, didn't have the next chapter up. It was just basically a soft relaunch with updated earlier chapters, so... Downside, alright. Faster, Mika! You have to keep moving, or else... Oh god, they're gaining on us! Mika ran through the forest as quickly as her legs would carry her, which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. The game is so loud in my ears, holy shit. Lowering the volume for myself. It's both Dutch and German, so it's got different options. Oh, okay, well, I'll go with Mika. She tried to obey Henny's order, fearful both of letting her friend down and of the shadowy figures who pursued them, but her body refused to listen. Sandy, we just started. Calm the thirst. We just began. Her legs felt numb and insensible, as unfeeling as marble, but far, far weaker. It was through nothing save sheer force of will that she was able to keep going, for all her strength had already abandoned her. Though Mika continued to run, staggering... Don't mind me. Though Mika continued to run, staggering blindly through the fog, she feared it was already a lost cause. She was but a young woman, slender, and while not so very short, quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. You're okay, Sandy, I'm just teasing. She was not like Henny, who spent her days on her hands and knees polishing the floors and blacking the fireplaces. Miki's fingers were white as ivory, while Henny's were red raw through demeaning, demanding, often physical labor. The insinuations are already kind of crazy. We just started. Holy shit. Says she's in the talking mood, stutters. I should probably, you know what? I should probably eat something. That might be considering it. Hang on, let me take a bite. Because I unwrapped my Uncrustable a while ago, but I was yapping, so I never actually, like, stopped to eat it. Alright, I took a bite of food. Mika's lungs, meanwhile, were straining from the agonizing effort of running. Strawberry and peanut butter Uncrustable. Never before had she known the act of merely existing could be so exhausting. Mika, please, you need to hurry! Quickly, Mika! Henny reached back to take hold of Mika's hand, her coarse, short fingernails digging into Mika's palm. Henny was gripping so tightly it hurt, but Mika knew should she lag behind, she would find herself in far greater pain than this. Mika recalled how her father had looked back in her carriage, his eyes wide and his face unusually pale. Mika had never seen her father look so scared before. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was not accustomed to issuing orders. Who was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. Is the game saying my dad is a DILF? I will hydrate. Thank you very much, Ron. Mika had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum, a tree which had stood there for longer than the crypt itself. To Mika, her father had seemed like a force of nature, one which was impossible to argue with or get better of. This supposition had been turned on its head earlier that night, however, in a mere handful of minutes. For all of his bluster, Mika's father was only human. He was made of flesh and bone, just like Mika, and when cut, he bled. He had bled a lot, in fact, all over the plush, upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor. Well, Dad's dead. Rip that DILF. His fine clothes had been stained black with the stuff and the air had stunk of it, sharp and metallic. He got his period. Man got his man period. Stop. Mika could smell her father's blood on her even now, as she and Henny raced through the forest. She couldn't forget it, however much she wished to. Oh, if only the events of that night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Mika wished that the fog would clear and she would awake, her eyelids fluttering, to discover herself sitting once more in her bed, in her home, the room flooded with pale sunlight. Mika! But Mika's surroundings did not shift. The trees continued to press in about her as though they are meant to eat her alive. Their shadowy pursuers were beginning to close in on them. Mika knew that she had no hope of outrunning them. She was flagging, her heart hammering in the base of her throat. What would happen when? Mika was not so optimistic to hope for an if. They caught her. I know I wouldn't mind. I'll stop. Oh my god. Anna, I think your chat has been converted into vampires, for they are very, very thirsty. Chat, just consider this a hydrate redeem for all of you. What would they do to Henny? The thought was almost more than Mika could bear. We haven't even gotten to the monster part, dear. We haven't even found the vampires. It had been bad enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? Why, she had done nothing wrong. But unlike Mika, Henny was no lady. She was just a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship to Mika and her family. Had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. It wasn't as though Henny had any valuables upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering. Henny... Mika appealed to her maid with between sharp gasps of air, which pierced her lungs as keenly as knitting needles. Please, let go. Leave me be. I'm just slowing you down. I don't care. I'm not leaving you behind. But there aren't any buts. If I told you, I told you, I won't leave you. Now let's keep running. Mika wanted to run. Really, she did, but her body had already begun to give in. Her heart might have been pumping fit to burst at the base of her throat, but her legs were weak, despite the excess blood which filled her, and her hand and Henny's felt cold and clammy. She had exhausted all of her energy simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lay. Now she would die, only a few hundred paces away from their final resting place. Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be embalmed and sealed away within their mausoleum? Rip Dilf and MILF. Nothing like starting up a romance novel by losing your parents. Mika did not much like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place, full of somber stone angels and spiderwebs. It was quiet, being situated among tall trees, but its quietude was not at all relaxing. Its quiet was the deep, fathomless silence of death. Mika did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb as they had in this forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living for her sake and for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's. Who the fuck? God, they're getting closer. We need to keep running. Come on, Mika. But like the guttering flame of a candle, the last of her energy had been expended. Mika's foot caught in the tangled tree root, which jutted from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which was slick with sweat, slipped free from Henny's. She reached out, searching for her loyal maid through the fog, but to little avail. Mika! Henny's voice echoed in Mika's ears, shrill and frantic. Mika's heart juddered in her chest hard, as though the meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. Her head smacked against the ground with a dull, anticlimactic thud. Game over. Roll credits. Mika's teeth bit against her tongue. She tasted copper. Her vision swam. Mika! Oh God, Mika, get up! Please, get up! It should have been me! It should have been me! And then everything went black. Act 1, The Night That Never Ended. Okay. Way to start the game. Well, she is very pretty. What? Mika was greeted upon waking by a dull, crushing pain that gripped her skull like a vice. Did read fast enough ending B? A brackish taste akin to pond water filled her mouth, and with one hand clasped to her head, she coughed. Mika's body shuddered and her lungs burned. It took a minute before her coughing fit subsided, but once it did, Mika began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. Always weak against redheads. Yeah. She hoped that her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. Mika had no idea where she was. The floor upon which she was sitting, but why was she sitting on the floor of all things, was made of stone, which felt hard and cold and uncompromising. The walls, too, were made of stone, as was the ceiling, which felt very far away. A wooden cot was pushed up close against one of the walls, but it was so steeped in shadows Mika could scarcely make it out. There was a chamber pot lying by the foot of the cot, which she did not care to examine too closely, but its rim and sides were stained with caked-on filth. Ugh, gross. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Mika's eyes sting. Ew. Can we not on the chamber pot? It was fortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, for she had no wish to use this commode. Can we not? Can we get off the... Can we not talk about the chamber pot, please? A quick examination of the room, though really it was more like a cell, showed Mika that, save for the cot and the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no other furniture to be seen, no shelves, no cupboards, not even a proper bed. There was no mirror either, so Mika could not see herself, but perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Mika doubted she would be at her best, given she was in so much pain, and she was so very exhausted. She was so cold she could feel goosebumps rippling across her flesh, and her teeth were chattering badly. Mika wound her arms about her middle and shivered sadly. It was not only the chamber pot that stunk. The very air itself was rank, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies and general decay. She's in the slammer. I hardly know her. This room, no. She was sure that this was a cell, reeked of death. How had she come to such a place? What had happened to her? Mika could remember sitting alongside her mother and her father in their carriage, as it bore them through the forest, and then... There, at this most pivotal of moments, her memories failed her. Mika could recall nothing else. Had her parents been there, they would have given her instructions. They always seemed to know what Mika ought to be doing at any given time, but they were not there, and neither was Henny. Mika was all alone. Henny had been with her, Mika was certain, before... Before what? Why could she not remember anything? Oh, Mika thought sorrowfully, if only she was made of stone, then perhaps her head would not hurt so much. It really did feel that her skull might explode. Not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. Not gonna lie, I'm so tempted to pull up VTube Studio and change my hair to red just for this. As a joke. Mika had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home to embark upon a brand new life, unfettered by expectations, but she had never wished for this. Do it, please. Let me see how quickly I can do this. 1 second. Do it. Okay, okay. Temporarily, Purple Witch is going from grape flavored to cherry flavored. Alright, that's in setting. Expression. I need to make a new expression editor. One moment. New expression. Select. Oh, this is like fully naked. Okay, no, that's not gonna work. Cancel that. One moment. Put that back on. Maybe I can just... expression editor. Why is my... Oh. Honey, what are you doing? My cat is just jumping around. She found so many things. Let me just... custom... just temporarily change my hair. Eyes, hair, iris hue, iris... You guys can't see this all, but there are so many toggles in this hair hue. Okay. That's like reddish. Hair saturation. Make it a little bit more saturated. Perfect. Then hair hue. Hair saturation. There we go. Temporary redhead. Alright. I'll save that for right now. Okay, and then put that back on. Haha! Temporary redhead. This feels weird. I feel like a different person. Alright. There you go. You have a cherry flavored Anna the Witch right now. Goes back on, Anna, excuse you. Alright, alright, alright. We happy now? We happy? We happy? Ad in 5 minutes, by the way, guys. So when the ad starts, I'll probably just pause so people don't miss anything. Vampire. Alright, back to this. Yeah, I'm cherry flavored. Tears began to trickle down Mika's cheeks in crystalline droplets. They scored tracks in the dirt, which caked her cheeks and dropped one by one to the floor. Her head bowed, fingers splayed against the stones. Mika sobbed, and she sobbed until... What's going on? A soft voice spoke amongst the teeming shadows. Mika could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see at all given the darkness and now her own tears, but she recognized its familiar cadences. The voice belonged to Henny. Mika's dear friend was here too, and the stone cell would smelt of death, and though Mika feared for Henny, she could feel relief bubbling up inside her. She was not alone after all. Henny? Mika crawled forth on her hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, and stared into the shadows. Henny, is that you? Mika? A shaft of moonlight spilled through the singular spared window, honed high into the wall of their cell, and finally, Mika was offered a view of her maid. Though christened Henrique, Mika had always called her beloved maid Henny. Or Henrik? I'm gonna have to learn German. It seemed a more appropriate name for so cheery a woman, for Henny, come rain or shine, was rarely seen without a smile. Henny was not smiling now, however. She was sitting upon the wooden cot which Mika had first spied, her head bent. Henny's face looked woefully weary, and it had lost much of its usual pinkness. Her apron, once white, now stained and sullied with dirt. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible, but now they were mired in filth, and her socks were rucked up about her ankles. This game is making me pull out all the words and vocabulary. Henrika? Thank you. German, not my strong suit. Henny's hands, which she held at her front, were trembling like those a woman thrice her age. Mika, ma'am, now is not the time to check out your maid. Yeah, that slow drag up. She's very cute, though. Look at her. She's very, very cute. She looked an awful sight, but Mika knew she could hardly have been any better herself. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but at least she kept it short. There was not so very much of Henny's dark tresses to be worked into a state of disorder. Mika's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly, and though she had worn it in a chignon, she could now feel it straggling loosely about her shoulders. Gotta go get food? Have a good food! The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or from a dislodged hairpin or two. Big word's hard, spelling even harder, but as a witch, I'm sure you knew that. Yeah. Perhaps that was why Henny stared at Mika so, once she had regained her own sense of equilibrium, as though she had seen a ghost. Gonna take another bite. It's really hard to yap when you have peanut butter in your mouth. My god, Mika! Henny looked so alarmed, Mika almost felt ashamed. Mika was no stranger to shame. She felt it frequently, in fact, when she was with her mother. But it rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Alright. Ads, I believe, have started. So, let me know when y'all are out of ads. If anybody is stuck in ads right now. If nobody is, then I'll just continue. But I'm gonna take this money to eat the rest of my Uncrustable. You know, the red hair doesn't look that bad. I don't see any currently, can't speak for others. Okay. I mean, unless anybody else speaks up about them, I'm just gonna continue. Oh. Oh, there they are. Speak of the devil. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out for 3 minutes, guys. What? Oh, you want better? Hello? I thought I put text there. Why is it not, like, actually showing any text? Hello? OBS? Why are you weird? Huh? That didn't work. Get that out of here. Fuck it. Hi, Bake. The woodworks, yeah, dark maroon will probably look nice as well. Neighboring colors and all. Yeah, this is just what I could do really quick without, like, fucking around too much with it. Because I'm gonna have to remember to go back and put my hair back the right color. So do we want to keep an active tier list for best girl rankings? Best girl? Okay. Where's Anna? Who's this redhead? This redhead is currently, Mika, apparently. The main character that you see on the left here. Because, not gonna lie, everybody was talking about redheads, and then I made the suggestion of what if I just changed my hair to red really fast to blend in. I'm trying to attract the hot lesbian vampires. This is Anna's Twitch twin sister. Anna with her name backwards. You can tell it's the twin because our names are backwards. The joke is our names are the exact same spelled forward or backwards.
Nah, non. Oh no. Did you know your sister is fantastic and I'm glad to know him? Ah, that's nice. I'll be sure to let Anna know. Anne? It could be an Anne. Alright, almost done with ads, 10 seconds left. Thanks, Anna. You're welcome. Okay, this is getting a little deeper than I expected it to. Alright. Okay, welcome back from ads. We're continuing. Since Mika's girlhood, Henny had been her one staunch, steadfast companion. She was the only person Mika knew who took Mika for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could be more appreciative, more amenable, more effusive, more like a lady, and less like herself. Henny didn't want Mika to be more. She only wanted Mika to be Mika. Did that mean that Mika did not look like Mika in that moment? I'm saying Mika a lot. Who else did she resemble if not herself? What had happened to her? Are you alright, Mika? Oh, look at your poor face. Henny rose from the wooden cot, which creaked and crouched before her friend. Reaching out, still shaking, she cupped Mika's cheeks in her fingers and said, "You're bleeding." I am? Yes, you've a nasty cut beneath your right eye and your cheek. Henny sucked in a breath, her expression grim. It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue. Oh, I hadn't realized. I'm sorry, Henny. What? Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from her skirt pocket, it fortunately wasn't dirty, paused in her dabbing at Mika's face to look at her with bemusement. Why are you apologizing to me, you daft goose? You've done nothing to feel sorry for. I don't know. I'm just... POG vampire lady kidnapping her potential girlfriend's maid and truest friend along with her potential girlfriend. Oh, sorry if you guys hear the vacuum. My mom is cleaning up really fast. Oh, think not of it. It's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid, remember? Well, of course I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for the present, but I would never forget you. You are much more than my maid, Henny. You're my friend, too. My dearest friend. Did I just friend zone my maid? And I could very well say the same about you. That's why it hurts seeing you in such a frightful state. Vamp lady wants to form a throuple. Listen, I'm down for a healthy polycule now and then. Do I look so very bad? Well, now... Henny scanned Mika's face, her brown eyes now bright with mischief. That depends on how honest you want me to be. Oh dear. Do I look as bad as all that? I friend-zoned him. Whoops. You've certainly looked better. Your face is as banged up as a windfall apple. An apple? Mika shook her head with wonderment. I only hope that the apple isn't riddled with worms. I don't think you have anything to worry about on that score, at least. Sorry. It's really hard to yap and eat at the same time. Now I know why Joel hates eating on stream. I did just straight up friend zone my maid. Well, that is a relief. I suppose things could always be worse. Right you are. That's the spirit. You're still alive, and so am I, and we're together. That ought to count for something, although. Henny finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and muck from Mika's cheek, then drew back her soiled kerchief gripped tight in her hand. Her expression nearly dour, she said after a moment's pause. I am afraid that your parents might wouldn't have been so fortunate. Okay, is the vacuuming sound very loud for you guys? I can turn down my microphone and I can just go mute for a second if it is. This is gonna bother me. More than probably bother you. I don't notice it? Okay, thank you. What? Tell Mama Witch we said hi. I will let them know y'all said hi. Sucking stream? No, not that. Well, wait, there is a vampire in this. So maybe... we're gonna move on. What? Mika's heart leapt in her chest at this somber announcement. What happened to them, honey? Do you know what's going on? Ooh, there's a heartbeat happening right now in the game. Creepy. You don't? I recall that we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancé. But as far as how we came here... Mika closed her eyes in the hope of remembering something, but again, nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as a snowy field, all flora blanketed in untrammeled whiteness. The fuck does untrammeled mean? Jeez, this game really is pulling out all the big words. I'm afraid I cannot remember. Not a single thing? Nothing. I see. Henny grit her teeth together for a few moments, her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing up her words, as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking. I think the music might be louder than you. Oh, let me turn that down. Game volume. I'm trying to be atmospheric. I'll turn my mic back up a little bit. Audio, you gotta love it. That's not much of a surprise, I suppose. You hit your head pretty hard back there. It might be for the best that you can't remember all the gory details. I wish I could forget what happened to myself, but... Henny's voice trailed away as awkwardly she gripped her kerchief. That kerchief had been the only clean thing in Mika and Henny's cell, but now it too was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Mika had sustained, and how much had she bled? This too remained a mystery. Mika did not know. There seemed much, all of a sudden, she was ignorant of. She felt so very unworldly she might as well have been a little girl again, enthused after she had successfully stolen the key to her family's mausoleum. Hi, Shoes! Hi! No worry about being late, you're fine. Yeah, so Scarlet Hollow didn't work out. It turned out it was more so a soft relaunch, not a new chapter. So we switched over to Vampire Lesbian Novel. Mika had not known, as she stood in the chill entrance of the mausoleum, that she was about to lower herself into subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her had wondered. Henny. Mika took Henny's hand in her own, her cracked fingernails digging into her skin. What happened? Tell me, please. I want to know. Yes, I thought you might. That does make things a mite complicated, though. I don't want to be the bearer of the bad news. Just promise that you won't take against me for what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot, alright. I've gone through a lot tonight already. And that would be the straw to break the camel's back. Henny, please. You should know that that is a trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You have only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you. Not in all of the world. And it is precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to go into all of this. I know it'll upset you. Christ. It upsets me too. It's an unsettling situation all around. Upsetting situation all around. It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but... Henny paused. She sucked in a breath, then in a calmer tone, she said, "Just how much do you want to know? How much is there to know?" Obake, this is a visual novel. They kind of have to get the words in. Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. It made quite the impression. Horrible things always do. Oh. Hi, Gray. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, dear. Are things truly that dire? They're pretty bad, yes. Give me an abridged account then. I've no need to hear everything. Right you are. Henny bowed her head in acquiescence, her face half swallowed by the shadows. More words for Anna to narrate, yippee. The beam of light which had penetrated their drab cell had long since been extinguished, the moon obscured beneath the rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell, Mika could not cease her shivers. Even her teeth felt cold, like shards of ice implanted into her gums. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but it could not rid Mika of her trepidation. Did the lesbians kiss yet? No. We haven't even met apparently our love interest yet. We've only met the maid. She knew once Henny relayed the past events to her, her life would no longer be the same. Everything would change. It was changing already, in fact, so quickly that Mika hardly had a chance to gather her bearings. We've seen all of 2 characters, yep. Technically 2.5. We saw some people running through a forest with a lantern. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid. I am sorry to tell you this, Mika, but during our travels, the carriage, it was attacked by bandits. What? No. Yes. They came creeping out from the fog like, I don't know, monsters from a children's story maybe, but much scarier. They waylaid the carriage, then stormed it. They drew out their daggers and threatened your father, and when he refused to comply, Henny's expression twisted. They stabbed him. What? Mika stared. She had expected as much before Henny began her gruesome tale, but the news still shook her. Evidently, she had not been half so prepared to hear the worst as she had imagined. Oh God, not my papa. My poor papa. Don't tell me he didn't. I'm sorry, but... Henny sniffed. It's as if you're probably suspecting. His wound was a deep one, and he died. Dead? My papa dead? Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. That's, you could have phrased it a little bit better than dead as a doornail, but sure. Good on them for not using the word daddy. Well, this is a lesbian one. I don't think they'd use the word daddy. Unless they're talking about the vampire lady. Like if it's a Arlecchino moment. I didn't hang around to see what had happened, but... Well... It was all over so quickly, I don't think he suffered, at least. And my mama? 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 Do I put an English twang on it? What of her? Don't tell me she also... Henny didn't reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Mika with no doubts as to her mother's fate. In one brief night, both of Mika's parents had been slaughtered. Now she was an orphan. And what of us, Henny? How did we escape? I find it hard to believe that the bandits would just let us go. Oh, I'm sure we would have joined your parents if we'd sat still like good little girls, but I didn't want to do that. I took your hand while they were busy with your mother and we ran away. We fled through the woods, but the bandits took chase pretty darn quick. Girl, you can't curse in front of me. I'm not that sheltered. I mean, at the moment, Mika does sound like she's pretty damn sheltered, to be honest. It was very dark and the fog was thick, and I could hardly see what was happening. At one point you tripped and you fell. That's how you got that nasty cut on your poor forehead, and I was dragged down with you. We lay there on the ground in the dirt while the bandits tramped about looking for us. I figured we were both a couple of goners. I almost read that as gooners. I almost read that as gooners. I've been on the internet for too long. I'd started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then we survived. Yes, we survived. This, Mika supposed, was not such a surprise, and went without saying, really, that they had survived. Yeah, because you're standing here. Okay. A little bit wordy. Otherwise, they would not have been sitting in this ghastly cell speaking to one another. Yeah, we get that. Hi, Mr. Bite. I was summoned by the magic world. Is it lesbians? Hi, Mr. Bite. Thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months now. I appreciate it. Gooners? Oh, that word. Either the bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had come to their defense. Who would have been wandering through the woods so very late at night, however? Mika could hardly credit it. Their escape must have been the stuff that fantasies were made of. Do you know how we escaped, Henny? I know what my eyes saw. But if my eyes can be trusted or not, well... Oh, that's very loud. Hang on. Okay, we're good now. I was just like, I'm gonna mute my microphone real quick. Alright, we're good. Man, what I would kill for a house of my own right now. I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes can be trusted or not, well... That's another matter altogether. I think I might have bumped my head myself. It was all so... peculiar. Vacuum doesn't like lesbians? No. At the time, it seemed like a miracle, but looking back on it, that ain't the right word. Oh, God. Should I have been giving her, like, a southern accent? What am I... Let me try to give Henny a southern accent. Miracles suggest a God and all his angels, but there was not holy about this. It was a right proper mess, really. A total bloodbath. Yeah, she is definitely a Southern Belle. But... blood? Yeah, there was blood. And lots of it. You know, it'd be more Cockney. I can't do Cockney! It's hard for me to explain, but... I could certainly try to do Cockney. I'm probably gonna make Shoes cringe. My English accent is not good. All I knows is, one moment we were sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright, as the bandits approached. And the next, they were gone. Gone? But where and how? Did they run away? Not necessarily. Not of their own free will. No offense, but you can't do Southern that well either. Hey! It's the best you're gonna get from me. Yeehaw, melancholic. I am not Southern. I am from fucking Pennsylvania, man. What do you want from me? The fog parted, you see, and then this figure. Two-film Texan. What do you want from me? This woman. She appeared so quick, it was like she'd sprung up from the earth. She wasn't very tall. I don't think she was, at least. She was very skinny, but the way she looked, the way she moved, there was something unnatural about her. I didn't get a very good look at what happened next, but I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them, but that woman soon took care of them. Makes out instead. There was so much blood and a lot of mud. It stunk to high heaven, it did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, though, the woman in white, she didn't seem fussed at all. She stood there once she had finished beneath the moon like nothing had happened, and then... Henny pressed her fingers to her brow, and overwhelmed, she shook her head. I don't remember anything after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. And now the dog is barking. I can't fucking win. It was your crying that woke me up. I've never been able to rest easy while you're in tears, Mika. Yes, I know. You've always been so good and so kind. Thank you, Henny. Mika chanced to smile, though the muscles about her mouth felt atrophied, worn away following the news of her parents' demise. I've no idea what I would do without you. It sounds like you saved me. From the bandits, I suppose I did. It's okay, it's ambience or something. Yes, they're cleaning with the vacuum down at the other end of the hall and there's a dog. But I wasn't much use when you took that nasty spill. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety. Not when we were all turned about in the woods and I've no idea where we were. I feel like I'm talking better in a southern accent. What the fuck? I think I've scraped my own shin too. My ankle aches. We'd have been goners if that woman hadn't appeared. We'd have been gooners if that woman hadn't appeared. No, that's precisely when you become a gooner. But now that I'm talking about it, it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who'd been able to beat 4 men in a test of strength. Not even your own Mademoiselle Blanchard. Mika's smile widened at this, despite the severity of their situation, and she was even able to manage a laugh. It was a weak laugh, which contained little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere. Hanny never failed to cheer her up. She must have had a knack for it. Mika was too old to believe in magic, but when she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered. Are you sure it was a woman who fended off those bandits? Perhaps it was some sort of animal instead, and you failed to perceive it in the fog. That could be it. Like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel like I've lost a good 10 years off of my life hour, though. Here, Henny smiled grimly, in the manner of all survivors after witnessing something horrid. That's better than having it cut short altogether. We must be thankful for small mercies, yes, even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense. Mika squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel tears beating upon her lashes anew, but this time she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' death was like a heavy burden to bear, but Mika, not having witnessed her final moments, found it hard to imagine. It still did not seem quite real. The shock of it all perhaps had blunted her senses. It would take a while for her parents' passing to truly register. When it did, however, Mika did not doubt the tears would come thicker and faster than before. It had not always been so, but her childhood misadventures in her family's crypt had left her something of a crybaby. Now then, Mika inhaled, then glanced about. Where do you suppose we are? And how do you suppose we got here? That's a good question. I've been wondering that myself. It's not the nicest of digs, is it? Not particularly, no. It's awfully drab. And it's damp, too. I'm freezing. Oh, you poor thing. Come here. Ma'am? Henny shifted closer to Mika, then drew her arms about her. Holding her close, she then glanced about. Both maid and mistress squinted into the shadows as though they might unearth some secret way of escaping. A trap door, perhaps, or a hidden passageway. But to Mika's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. It was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows did little to mask this fact, and still it stank. Goodness me, it's not much to look at, is it? We might as well be in a prison cell. I think that might be what this is. Henny drew back from Mika, her legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor, and frowned. I reckon you're right. I wonder who brought us here. You and me both. It was nice of our mysterious benefactor or benefactress to rescue us, though they can't be all that kind if they're going to let us suffer in here. You'd think they could at least have put us up in a nicer room. I'm not expecting first-class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Mika. This place isn't fit for rats, let alone people. It's... all right. Are you being serious? Henny raised an eyebrow while Mika smiled. It's better than being dead, at least, even if these lodgings are a mite uncomfortable. Only a mite? I like Henny. Henny's got a little bit of sass to her. Mika, you're gonna have to grow on me a little bit more. Well, quite a bit, if I'm being honest. Mika drew her arms about her legs, her knees beneath her chin, and said, When I woke up, I was lying on the floor. On the floor? Henny's eyebrows shot up her forehead until they met her hairline. The gesture was so exaggerated, managed to bring another smile to Mika's lips, despite how very dire their situation was. I suppose it makes sense, there being only one bed, but oh, that is too much. I can't believe they'd fling you about like a sack of spuds. Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. Our benefactor must have been bucking the trend. Some benefactor. When I get my hands on them, I'll give them what for. Mika feels a bit like a wet napkin. Yeah, I'm waiting for her personality to kind of come out a little bit. She's very bland. Don't, Henny. It wouldn't do to pick a fight with whomever brought us here. I wouldn't want to anger them, not when we're at their mercy. Why? But that makes us sound like captives. She's traumatized? Yeah, it's still early in the game. When I read these kind of stories, I want the main character to have a little bit more spunk to her, like, a little bit more spite. Personality. Is that not what we are? This is a cell, after all, and we have no means of escaping. We're being treated like prisoners. I know, but it still stings. I don't care about me. I don't want to see you being treated like a convict. Not when you've been through so much. You've been through worse. At least I don't remember what happened, unlike you. I'm unsure I'd have much of a personality after getting concussed myself. Okay. I'm giving her the benefit of the concussion doubt. And you're the one who will be saddled with the consequences, poor Mika. It was your parents, not mine, who were... Well, I don't expect there's much point in trying to suss out who's suffering more than who. As it stands, we're both in this together. I won't abandon you, Mika, so try not to worry. Keep your chin up. We'll get through this. Thank you, Henny. I almost believe it coming from you. And the brain damage, yeah. You should. I don't say things I don't mean, you know. Now, let's see. Maybe some things aren't as dire as they look. There could be a way to escape yet. Henny rose to her feet, though unsteadily, and did a circuit of the cell. The shadows made it seem larger than it was, for they obscured the walls, but it did not take Henny many steps to canvass the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls and then her ear, as though the stonework might whisper their weaknesses to her. But the walls, of course, remained mute. Please stop with the accent, it's killing me. Sorry, Bake, it's not happening. Henny then took the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally, but they refused to yield. Oh, come on. Frustrated, Henny gave the bars a kick. The tip of her shoe collided with them, losing clods of dirt from her soles, but... damn it all! The bars refused to budge. They were quite impenetrable. Sighing, Henny changed tack. She moved from the door to glance up at the window, but this was similarly barred. Too high up to reach and much too small to squeeze through. Accent provides personality? Yeah. I can't really do accents very well. It helps me differentiate between characters. I can't do accents or voices. I'm not a voice actress. It almost seemed like a miracle that such a small window allowed any moonlight at all to spill into the cell when the clouds and the fog shifted. Go accent into the accent, full Appalachian redneck. And? Mika asked, when a disenchanted Henny fluffed back down beside her with a rustle of her skirts. Did you uncover anything? Nafal said that we were more trapped than I thought. I thought you might have come to that conclusion, yes. God. Henny kicked off her right shoe, then began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb. This is a rum situation. I wonder what we're to do. I don't think there is much we can do other than wait. I suppose you're right. I can't say I like the thought of that, though. We're sitting ducks here. I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action. Henny looked about the cell once more, then sighed. But I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything else we could do. I'm sorry for being so hopeless, Mika. I meant to look after you, but I'm at a total loss. Don't apologize, dear Henny. I feel simply better being with you. That's something, at least. I wish I could be of some real use, though. You are of real use. Without you, I'd be an unconscious mess weeping on the floor. Well, we can't be having that. Breaks my heart to see you cry. Much as it breaks mine to see you self-flagellate over something that is not your fault. Touché. Now that we're well and truly stuck here, I suppose we ought to make the best of it, though. I've had a bad feeling about this place. It gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us here or what cause, but they've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if... Henny began, but she found herself unable to finish the sentence. I don't like how the music stopped. Okay then. A sound issued forth from the darkness, emanating from beyond their tightly sealed cell. It was a faint sound, but Henny still heard it, hovering in the sour and misty air. It sounded like a scream. Oh, good God. What in the world was that? I suppose that was just the wind? Do you really think so? Yes, I imagine. Mika answered in the affirmative, though deep down, both she and Henny knew the truth. That had not been the wind. It had been too raw, too pained, and, though faint, unmistakably human. Uh-oh. With no obvious way of escape and very little to do, Mika and Henny had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat upon the floor together with their legs folded primely, like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party. Henny had, at first, balked at the thought of her mistress sitting on the stone like a plebeian. Plebeian? Really? Okay. But Mika's dress was already so dirty it didn't matter. The two women did not, however, abandon themselves to inertia. Henny knew they had to do something to take their minds off their ghastly predicament. Fortunately, Henny was not empty-handed. She had in her pocket, alongside the kerchief she had used to wipe Mika's cheek, a pack of cards. These cards were worn and bent at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. Hi, Ryan. Yes, VESPIAN LEX. For want of a better way to use their time, Henny proposed to make to Mika a game of Joker, a game which Mika agreed to. The two women played for several rounds of Joker, examining their decks and dispensing of cards. The game did not require a great degree of tactical thinking, but it helped... Oop. I mean, I might as well save. Hello? Okay. Apparently right-click opens up the save button. The game did not require a great degree of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Mika's worries. It could not, alas, alleviate the cold, but Mika had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She had been in the dank, miserable cell for so long she could scarcely remember how it even felt to be warm. Had her journey to Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in Walter Gerald's living room, or else tucked up in one of those many guest bedrooms with a warming pan at her feet. Both Augsburg and Walter Gerald seemed very far away to Mika now, though being confined thus in a prison cell. How long has she been sitting with Henny on the floor, shivering? Mika did not know. She could not tell. All Mika knew, in her infinite ignorance, was that the night seemed hopelessly long, she hopelessly small and insignificant. It's cold, just like my heart. Yeah. There was no clock in Mika's cell, and neither she nor Henny carried timepieces upon them. The only means Mika had of tracking the advancement of the hour was the sliver of sky she could see beyond the narrow window situated high above her head. She could recall that the sky had been dark upon her waking, and it remained so now, 3 games of Joker later. The moon, which had emerged from the fog at irregular intervals, shone its pallid light upon Mika's head and upon her hand of cards, lighting her Joker and his wide, rictus grin. Mika had never much cared for the Joker and Henny's trusty pack of cards. Its expression unnerved her. Every once in a while, as she played, Mika spared a few glances at the barred window above her head. Though she could not guess the hour, she knew it was late. It could have been an advanced hour of the night, or it could have been, by the same token, the very, very early hours of the following morning. The calendar might have shifted already from one day to the next, but Mika was none the wiser. No, the Vespians did not have Lex yet. Unfortunately, Sandy, we're still in the cage. This is the difference between... Okay, so Love in Deep Space is practically a visual novel. Scarlet Hollow is straight up pretty much a visual novel with like role-playing, decision-making aspects. This visual novel is very wordy. I understand it's padding out time, but this is very wordy. Like, I wouldn't even be reading a normal book that's this wordy. I'm hoping the writing kind of improves because it's just saying the same thing in multiple different ways from multiple lines, and nothing's really kind of moving forward. That's my one critique right now. The sky was so dark Mika found it hard to believe the sun would never rise again. The darkness which abounded within her cell was so complete that it seemed to have blotted out the very concept of the morning altogether. She feared she would never again see the sun's golden rays, never again hear the twittering of the starlings in the trees which announced a brand new day. When did the birds begin to chirp beyond her bedroom window anyway? Hi, kitty. Hi, honey. Honey says hi. Hi, Tsunami. Thank you. Hi, Teebs. How are you guys doing? Can I get a recap? We got... So, Henny is our maid. We were running from the forest. Mika fell unconscious after hitting her head. Didn't remember anything. Woke up in a cell. Henny told her, hey, your parents are dead and we're trapped. And a woman apparently saved us and fought off like 4 men. And now they're just kind of sitting in the cell, playing cards and wasting time. I summarized the last hour. We're good, Tsunami, and I just got back from a drag show with friends. Lots of mimosas were consumed. Ooh, that sounds fun. Hi, Dio. Thank you for the yippee. I appreciate it. Hello. I'm glad you guys had a good time. All right. We're just playing Cajun Roses, which is a vampire lesbian visual novel. So if visual novels are your thing and you like listening to me read stuff and doing a very bad southern accent for a maid, there you go. Mika could not recall, but she thought it must have been around 6 in the morning. Mika had gone to bed at 10 every night, like a dutiful daughter ought, but she had often found it hard to sleep for a full, unbroken 8 hours. She would arise at odd hours, at 1 or 2 or 3, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again. Bitch is calling me out on my insomnia. Excuse me. When this occurred, Mika would rise from bed to sit by her windowsill, her forehead in the summer pressed to the glass. That always helped cool her, and her... excuse me. Oh my god, excuse me, sorry. That always helped cool her, and her errant thoughts alongside it. Oh, how her mind raced. This is ridiculous. Henny groused all while examining her cards. We ought to be at Gerald's right now, safe as houses. I was able to see the bottom of my glass for the mimosas. Nice. Oh wait, no, that's not good. Oh, that means that you guys had mostly champagne and not a lot of juice. Damn, that must have been strong. We weren't so very far from Osberg, at least I don't think we were, when we were attacked. Why did those bandits have to go after us? Because we're wealthy. We were just unfortunate, I suppose. I can't imagine the bandits meant specifically to target us. We just happened to be there. You're probably right, but... goodness. Wait, wasn't sorry, that's the mimosas talking. You're fine, you guys. You're good, you're good. Oh, of all the awful luck. Why is Joel playing VTube Studio right now? Sir, it's Sunday. Are you collabing? At least you've had your fair run during our game. You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand. Well, true, I suppose I should thank heaven for small mercies, eh? Henny smiled at Mika's attempt to cheer her, but it didn't last. What the doll doing? I don't know what the doll doing. Both Henny's smile and Mika's cheer were half-hearted, and they were soon swallowed by the sinister darkness of their cell. It's a shame I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what Gerald would make of this. Honey, why you meow? Oh, 'cause it's almost dinner time for you, isn't it? He'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew the state you were being kept in, Mika. I'm enraged too, for you and him. You deserve far more better than this. You're Von Estent, for crying out loud. The person who's holding us here will feel mighty sorry when they realize who you are. You're a real lady. Maybe... Mika's reply was vague in both tone and meaning. Not even Mika herself was sure whether she meant to disparage Henny's optimistic assertions that her being a lady would grant her any favor with her captor, or whether she meant to challenge the notion she was a lady at all. Mika had been born to a noble family, it was true, with a lineage which could be traced back centuries, but the Von Essens were not what they had been. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather with a compulsive gambling addiction had led to a squandering of much of the Von Essens' wealth. Is Joel my grandpa? Did he gamble away our inheritance? Grandpa's been playing too much Balatro. While still in possession of their family home and a veritable fleet of maidservants, the family's finances had been in a dire state ever since Mika could remember. Though not openly wanting for cash, Mika's parents had made a good many purchases based on their family's prestige rather than the figures in their bank account. Mika's wedding to heir Geralt had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth before they could fall from grace altogether, but now that seemed an impossibility. How could Mika wed Walter when she was incarcerated? If Mika had loved Walter, she surely would have shed tears over such a cruel fate. As it was, however, she was curiously calm. What did she care how Walter Geralt felt? She hardly knew him. Well, not to worry, Heir Geralt must be sitting in his drawing room now wondering where the blazes we are. Heir Geralt is sure to send out a search party before long. He'll be worried sick about you, Mika. Ye old college funds. Yep. Do you really think so? Absolutely. I mean, he is your fiancé. He's got to be worried. Oh, they're German. Yeah, I can't do a German accent. Geralt. Gerhardt, by the way. Oh, thank you, Gerhardt. Yeah, I can't pronounce German words, guys, so I'm gonna fuck up a lot of these words. You're such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't. Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. Don't thank me, Mika. I'm just stating the facts. If I was a man and I had a fiancé like you can bet that wouldn't let you out of my sight. You don't have to be a man to do that. Perhaps it is a good thing that I am in here with you then. You at least know I'm alright. Straight spotted! Straight spotted! Yes, you are, and I thank heaven on high for it. You know I'd do anything to keep you safe, Mika. They're so gay. They're so gay. I know. Mika could well believe that coming from Henny. Exactly why we friend-zoned her, yeah. When it came to Henny's claims about Walter, however, Mika was less certain. Oh! You know. Not bad. Not bad. Kind of Castlevania vibes for me. What did she know about Walter really, other than his age and his occupation and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he was? He's rich? I could be persuaded. Mika had met Walter on only 3 past occasions, and they'd exchanged almost as many words. The man was a stranger to her, and Mika's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desire to see her walking down the aisle. Mika had been dreading her visit to Augsburg for well over a month. Now it had been terminated. Now it had been terminated, she felt a perverse sort of relief. But that jawline, though. Can we talk about that jawline, though? Mika, come on. There could be worse things. Alucard, Alucard. Part of Mika had been begun to wonder whether the bandits' attack had brought with it some good, alongside all the bad. But that, Mika chastised herself, was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth that little to her? I mean, you aren't talking very good about your mom. Your dad apparently, your parents are both very financially irresponsible, to the point that they were going to marry you off. I'm not convinced. It was true enough that many never see Walter Gerhardt again, but she would never see her mother nor her father again either. Parents schmarents. It was not a fair trade, not by any stretch of the imagination. But what if? How could she ever thought such a thing? Game is calling me out. She really must have been wicked. Nothing wrong with being a little wicked. Was that why she had found herself in such a dire situation? Perhaps this was God's way of punishing her for being a poor daughter and a sinner who had spent so much of her time lost in daydreams, imagining things which could never and would never be. Oh no, I'm a woman. I'm beautiful. I have desires that my parents don't want. I'm not saying what I was about to say out loud. That would get clipped to high heaven. Fuck. We haven't heard anything bad about him yet. Yeah, all we heard was that he's wealthy. And the picture I saw was, not that bad. Mika and Henny sat in their cell for what could have been minutes or hours or even days, whiling away the time. By God, there was so much time, with continued unending, incessant games of Joker. But the content, no shoes. I was not going to say what I was thinking. Mika's heart was not in the game, her head being otherwise occupied, and Henny trounced her soundly 12-1. Mika apparently is really bad at cards. Probs screaming the first world white girl probs, but the content smile. Ad in 5 minutes. Has it really been an hour already? I should only be getting those ads like once an hour. Weird. There were more important things in life than card games. And in any event, Mika was glad to be rid of the eerily grinning jokers in her deck. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. How are we... I'm hungry, man. I've been in a cell for hours. I haven't eaten anything. I haven't drank anything. We're slowly starving. Mika had begun to wonder in a detached way, as Henny launched into their 14th round of Joker, whether they would ever meet their rescuer. Perhaps whoever... I heard a crow. I heard a bird. Perhaps whoever had hauled them from the force had done so not as an act of kindness, but as a means of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in the cell, alone, until time itself slowed to a trickle, then has ceased, their squalid stone walls tumbling down about them to crush their emaciated corpses in the debris. Slowest moving. This is one hell of a slow burn. I haven't even met my supposed wife. I'd have wifed her up by now. We've just been sitting in here for a bit. Ah, there's the bird again. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed, despite all their interminable waiting, Mika found her hypothesis proved wrong. Ah! New screen! New screen! New screen! She could hear, above the sound of Henny shuffling the deck, a sound. Footsteps. I miss my wife tales. The footsteps were quiet enough at first that Micah wondered whether she had imagined them, but as the seconds elapsed, they became louder still, until even Henny heard them. Goodness me! Henny fumbled with the cards and threw them down, red hearts and black spades split across the stone. Can you hear that, Mika? I'm gonna snooze this ad. Yes, I can. Somebody must be coming. A rescuer from the woods, do you think? They could be our rescuer, yes, but maybe... Mika chose not to finish the thought. Her saliva felt too thick in her throat like tar, and she shivered. She didn't want to extinguish the hope which she could see flickering now in Henny's eyes. That would have been cruel. Henny's head swiveled to the grated iron door. Excitable as a puppy and wide-eyed, she peered through the shadows. This is a turn for the better. I was beginning to worry they'd forgotten all about us. I can't wait to come face to face with them. I'll be sure to tell them exactly what I think about their so-called hospitality. You've said that once before, Henny, and I wish you wouldn't. I don't want to hanger them. Oh, stuff and nonsense. I'm sure it'll be fine. If they wanted to harm us, they'd have plenty of chances to do it already, surely. That is true, but... The footsteps drew closer still, echoing the stone walls, echoing inside Mika's skull. The footsteps could represent only two things. They would mean salvation, if they were lucky, but Mika found it difficult to believe this. Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky that night, despite Henny's continued winning hands in Joker. It seemed far more likely that these footsteps would bring about yet more suffering, and sure enough... Well, well, would you look what the cat dragged in? The voice that cut through Mika's musings was a proud, haughty tone, the syllables polished to perfection like cut glass. The voice belonged quite obviously to a woman, and given her pronunciation, she must have been well bred. Perhaps the rescuer was a lady then, a Von such and such like Mika, from a family whose ancestral home was vast and old and grand enough to have its own very own dungeon. Woman! Woman! Whereas most nobility used their subterranean storage spaces for wine cellars, this family seemed to prefer taking prisoners. The thought did not fill Mika with much confidence about her mysterious rescuer. Anxiously, she glanced up to meet the source of said voice, and when she did... Mika could not help but gasp in surprise. There she is! The owner of the voice, who now stood upon the opposite side of the cell's door, was not at all what Mika had imagined. Chat, are you well bred? No. Sen, no. She was shorter than Mika had expected. Shorter than Mika herself, who was dwarfed by her wealthier, significantly older fiancé. And slender with it. Her cheekbones high, her neck not dissimilar to the stem of a flower. Her skin was frighteningly pale, like that of a corpse, and beneath her eyes, Mika could see dark rings similar to those she often sported during the long nights at her bedroom window, unable to sleep. The woman, or was she a girl, had hair so fair it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow in the moon's light. Ha! Not bred well enough, we can fix that. Down, chat, down. Hello, once again, I have a weakness to white-haired, red eyes. And now it's also a woman. I'm doomed. Her hair was not worn in a chignon, but instead was loose. It tumbled about her shoulders in waves, all disarrayed in a manner which would have made Mika's mother swoon from the sheer impropriety of it all. Hi, honey. The girl's appearance, but was she a girl? Was striking, not only because of her indeterminate age, but because of her eyes, which were widely spaced and fringed with the most luxurious of lashes. Her irises were not brown like Henny's, nor blue like Mika's. They were not green, nor hazel, nor gray, nor any of the other shades Mika had seen in the faces of her family's servants and the attendants at the boutiques to which her mother took her, and the congregation at her local parish. Her irises were instead bright red, so much so they bordered on the visceral. I'm pretty sure that's a man trapped inside the body of a porcelain doll. These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had seeped from Mika's sliced cheek and seemed to be full of violence. The girl was a perfect stranger to Mika, but her eyes told more than pleasant chit-chat ever could. She was not normal. Mika knew instinctively as she gazed upon her that she should keep her distance, if she could. But this only made her conversely feel even more enchanted. Mika is literally the call me scared and horny moment. She could not look away from her. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell. That woman. Henny shifted back, her skirts shifting against the ground. She's the one I told you about, Mika, the one from the woods. She's the one who fought off those bandits. I thought what I saw was unbelievable, but now I know it wasn't a dream. She really is real. killed all those men. This would be better if it was an actual book. That's the thing, Bake. That's what a visual novel is. It is a book with visuals. It is a novel with visuals. That's what it is, down to it. I'm not saying where you go down. Shoes! She's a monster. Oh, a monster, am I? The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed and, with a smile, said, "You cut me to the quick, you humans to do. At least you would, were I not so accustomed to it. Perhaps I bring it upon myself, given the unusual manner in which I treat my guests. But you could at least try to be polite. Why, if it were not for me, the both of you would be lying in the woods right now, mangled beyond all recognition." So you really were the one who saved us. I thought as much. Yours isn't a face anybody could forget in a hurry. She's pouting. Anna is a monster hunter. Yeah. Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I am very striking, I know. Why did you save us, though, and how? I can't believe you would brought us back here, wherever here is, on your own. You must have had help. Oh, if only, but alas, I've not had any help for... Well, let's see. It must have been a century at least. Alright, ads are about to start. Let us know when you're free from ads. Guys, while ads are going, I am going to really quick... Yeah, there we go. They're about to start in a second anyway. I'm gonna really quick just feed my cat, so she's not meowing at me constantly. I'll leave this on the screen so you guys have the music, and ultimately you hear her meow like crazy. Show cat. I don't have a picture of her right now, but I'm just gonna feed her really quick. Twitch, don't make me a liar. I know the ads were about to start. Alright, let me see if I... You know what? I probably have some things in here. Oh, hi, Sen. When ads should be over. Oh, thanks, Sen. I will look at that plugin later. Alright, ads are starting. I'll be right back. I have a picture of Honey somewhere. Where's Joel's DMs? I send him pictures of my cat all the time. There we go. There. Have a picture of Honey while I run and feed her. Meow. 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 Yes, yes, I hear you. I hear you. You're not dying. Here, food. I told y'all she's very chatty, especially when it comes to her food. Oh, perfect. Ads ended right on time. Wonderful. Hi, guys. Let me put away the cat sensor. Loud Kibby. Yeah, she is very noisy when it's time for her food. Okay, okay. Oh, if only, but alas, I've not had any help for, well, let's see. It must have been a century at least. A century? Henny gawked at the woman, her eyes agog. Agog? That's a new word. But that would make you older than my grandmother. That can't be right. You don't look a day over 18. Oh, do you really think so? You're too kind. Laughing softly, the woman extricated a key from her pocket, then inserted it into the awaiting keyhole. Deftly she turned it, and deftly she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. Once inside the cell, she turned to close the door, then locked it anew. She locked in with us! She is locked in with us! There, that ought to do it. It would be horribly tedious if you tried to run from me. I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not bother with all the fuss. With the door secured, the woman placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. Her red eyes met Mika's, which were narrowed with mistrust, and pouting, she said, Now why are you looking at me like that? You're making me feel quite unwelcome. I thought you would be relieved to see my face after being left to languish in the catacombs of my castle for hours on end, but maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't frown like that, dear. It's an awful waste. You'll wrinkle your pretty face. This chastisement was familiar to Mika. Oh my god, they were cellmates. Hang on. And they were still cellmates. Had to pin that. She had heard it many times from her mother. While Mika had been trained to obey her mother without question, however, it was not so much with this strange woman. That was a loud bang. Jesus. Okay. Some of her reticence fell away and needled, Mika said. What I do with my face is of my own concern. I'm sure it's none of your business. My goodness. You're feistier than you look. I took you for a shrinking violet, but maybe I was mistaken. You might make for quite the amusing plaything, though you'd be a good sight prettier if you smiled. Okay. Lost me on that one. I can't say I blame you for being so surly, though. I never liked smiling on command either, though it's been many, many years since anyone last tried to give me orders. So wait, who are we supposed to be lesbian to? These are the lesbians. We're supposed to be lesbian for her. It's fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but... Oh well, never mind. Where are my manners? My name is Magdalena, but you may call me Lena. My family's name, meanwhile, is of no particular importance. They may have commanded some respect back in the day, but it is not so much now. They have long been since obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. It would not wish to. We friend-zoned the maid, and now she's our only option. As of right now, yes. Just making sure the game... Okay, yeah, game volume is not too high. Can we have both, though? It would be nice to have both. Hang on, just moving my mic a little bit. Alright. I am all that is left of their legacy. In fact, I would very much love to rub in their faces, but alas, I never got the chance. I am all that is left of... I already read that. It is very nice to meet you for the second time this night. So saying, Magdalena dropped a neat curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of a skirt. But I am afraid I will not be afforded much of a chance to properly know you. While I would relish the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourselves, I have designs for you beyond idle chatter. And what do you mean by that exactly? Only that now that I have brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You have already seen too much. What? Henny stared at Magdalena with wide eyes, so full of fear the air swelled with it. I mean, the redhead's more my type, but I can fix her. See, that's the opposite. I don't want to fix her. I like her as she is. I like them. What do you mean? What I said. Do try to keep up. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details. I want to be the one getting fixed. I want her to destroy me. Anyway. But I suppose you have the right to know the bare minimum, prisoners though you may be. I would hate to keep you in suspense. And at this point, it doesn't matter much, you know. You won't be able to tell anybody else what you might learn here. You'll not be venturing forth beyond the walls of my castle ever again. Magdalena smiled, her lips lifting in a wicked grin not so very unlike that of the Joker in Henny's pack of cards. Though Magdalena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes. They stood out in her milky face like a rose blooming despite the winter's chill. Or else, Mika thought with a shudder, freshly spilt blood. You must understand that I am not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to a competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It didn't take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic. It makes me wonder why they even bothered. If they'd any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with their daggers and saved me the trouble. You humans can be awfully thoughtless. But if they had done that, I wouldn't have been able to bring the leader of their little group back to my castle. He was in a bad way, and I was obliged to introduce myself to him before bestowing upon you similar honors. I really must apologize for making you wait. Magdalena dropped another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insincerity. You humans affectionate. How many men and women have Magdalena brought to her castle, and how many has she summarily tortured? Mika knew of at least one besides herself and Henny. The bandit's leader? Did you kill him? Eventually, yes. It was quite the sight. You ought to have seen the way he begged and pleaded and groveled at my feet. A grown man like that, who was practically made of muscle. Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence he was the predator, stalking his prey through the woods, and the next... Magdalena drew a hand across her neck in an unequivocal universal gesture of a slit throat. Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserved, and his screams really were exquisite. Did you perchance happen to hear them? He was being rather loud. What? Oh my goodness. Surprised, are you? You shouldn't be. That man was a bandit, a vulture in a man's flesh who profited on misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as the poor unfortunates in that stalled carriage, the driver and the horses, too. Nobody was spared their ravages, man nor beast. They made quite the grisly mess. Were I a century younger, it would have been enough to turn even my stomach. Maybe that is so, but to gloat over another's death is like, I like her for that. It doesn't seem right. I like her for that. I like them toxic. You're twisted. If I am twisted, that is only because this world... Magdalena began, then paused. A momentary furrow captured her brow, but soon it straightened out as though nothing of note had occurred. We love a woman who could literally kill us. Exactly. Well, never mind that. I do not wish to spout cliches about good and evil. I would begin to bore myself. The fact of the matter is, that man got what he deserved, as did his compatriots. It took great pains to ensure that. I paid that brigand back twofold for what he did to you. Did you know that he tried to be stoic in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. They've so much pride. Brigand. Yeah, I know. I just have a stutter. I'm gonna tilt that up a little bit. It's kind of like blocking my monitor, so I can't see as well. I don't know how people have their mics adjusted so well. It's funny, really, that a cur like that would care so very much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog. But he still had pretensions of greatness. Or of grandeur. I soon stripped him of these lofty delusions, however. Humans are very alike in one regard, at least. You all scream the same after your bones have been broken, and you all bleed red. That man was a brigand. I'll grant you that. Who deserved the hangman's noose? But that's for a court of law to decide, not you. What you did isn't justice, it's barbaric. You shouldn't be taking pleasure in other people's deaths. What gave you the right to kill him, anyway? I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land, as were you and the young lady here. His life was forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. Henny, shush, we're in her lair. Exactly, I'm like, Henny, please, can you shut the fuck up and just let her keep talking? The Lord's Prayer may say that we ought to forgive those who wrong us, but have no patience with such teachings. They do not apply to me. The Lord has forsaken me. I am no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now, and I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he could have let me suffer so if he truly existed. Oh, we love religious trauma. Love religious trauma in my lesbian vampire game. Sometimes I do wonder. So you mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes? Oh, I've done far, far worse than that in my time. The morals of you good, sensuous churchgoers do not apply to me. I am not of your kind. I am a drinker of blood who walks the night. I have been alive for over a century, though my life is very different to yours and your mistress's. Alright, this is fun. I gotta go. Night all. Have a good night, Ron. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good one. I doubt that you could understand me, and neither do I want you to. I have no desire to understand you either. There would be no point. We are much too different. A drinker of blood? But that will make you... a vampire? It was Mika who offered forth this label after Henny's voice faltered. Mika was an ardent devourer of books, and she had read before of the shadowy denizens of the night, much to her mother's chagrin. Lady Von Essen would have thought that Mika, a very well-bred young woman, ought not to read at all. It will only excite your mind, dear. But it should, instead, busy herself with embroidery. Oh my god, she can read! Witch! Witch! Mika, however, had always preferred books to busy work, particularly work which involved needles. and when she found herself returning to stories time and time again whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. Mika had read all manners of books over the years, but she preferred adventurous stories full of mystery, intrigue, and yes, even murder.
We hate witches here. I would take the hat off, but it's pinned to my head right now. I can't.
Mika knew from her reading that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, who shunned the sunlight, dwelt in ruinous castles, and supped upon the lifeblood of fair maidens. Yes, Mika thought, in an oddly detached manner, that did make sense. She had sensed there was something strange about Magdalena when their eyes had first met. The fangs and the red eyes and the white hair didn't give it away. Mika! Magdalena really must have been a vampire. It all made sense, at least. At least it would have, had Mika been a heroine in one of her novels. But life, Mika reminded herself, was not akin to a story. Mika might have consumed books like a starving man, but she had sense enough to know that the words written within the pages of adventure stories were all kinds of fiction.
It's a dark room and may be hard to make out details. Maybe.
Vampires ought to have remained with Vampires ought to have remained within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking about as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh with hearts which no longer beat. They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fancy. But Magdalena was undoubtedly real, and unsettling though she was, Mika did not take her for a liar. Yes, that is correct. I am a vampire, and this castle is my territory. It and the woods that surround you. You wandered into my domain, you hopeless little lambs, while on the run from those awful bandits. I know none of this is your fault, and I've no quibbles with you. I'm not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There. See how fair I am? I'm too nice by half. Too nice for my own good cause. You have been awfully surly with me, the both of you, but I've only ever been polite. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatching of brigands is one thing, but I take no pleasure in harming young ladies. But I fear that would be foolhardy. I cannot allow anyone who has wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tall tales. I should snap both of your necks and be done with it, but... Magdalena's red eyes found Mika's, then held them. Her smile, which hitherto seemed so easy, faded as she frowned. You don't seem to be a mere peasant. I can tell from your clothes, dirty though they are, that you are from a wealthy background. Your voice, and your bearing. Yes, even the way you look at me. It all suggests that you are, in fact, a lady. Would I be correct in that assessment? Why do you ask?
Apparently your voices call me because I accidentally fell asleep. That's okay, Beanie. I have been told that before. I hope you had a good nap. My streams tend to be more chill, so honestly, I don't blame you for feeling comfy.
It would be too problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party into these woods, it is not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I think I just saw lightning. Hello. Oh.
That was not the game. That was outside my house. We got some lightning ASMR happening. Hang on.
My microphone is just really bothering me. Can I angle it down?
That's better. Now I can actually, like, see the screen. Stream's haunted.
I mean, I always say that my lamp is haunted because it randomly turns off, and now there's lightning, and I am a witch, so it's not too far off. Thank you, Weather, for fitting into the game atmosphere. Yes. Thank you, Weather. I have lived out of sight from the public eye for nigh on a century, and I've no desire to invite half of Osberg's constabulary into my home. The idea is incredibly unpleasant. Magdalena pulled a face as a small child might when confronted with a plate of food they did not much care for. If you really are a lady, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life and kill only this dowdy common girl. Your maid, I take it? Magdalena looked to Henny, now her lips curled into a mean smile. What do you say to that? It is not a bad trade, is it? Her life for yours. Precious few people who find themselves in my abode are ever able to live to tell the tale. You've been struck by lightning? What the fuck, Sandy? Don't worry, I survived. I would assume you survived, but damn. That's crazy. No, she's my emotional support maid. You would be one in... Goodness, how many guests have I had over the years? There must be a good 200 or 300. Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness? Silence descended in the decrepit cell following Magdalena's announcement. Stuck for words, Mika could only stare at her, her lips parted. What was she to say to Magdalena's proposal? How was she to feel? There was a relief, certainly, at the prospect of escaping the cell, but Mika could take no real pleasure in it, not when it would come at the cost of Henny's life. How could she abandon her friend who had been by her side since her early childhood? Were it not for Henny, Mika knew she would be dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in her parents' carriage. Henny had rescued her once already. It seemed unconscionable that she should leave her now. Mika turned this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip when... New picture! New picture! Well, if it's my life, that's all you're after. Henny reached out, taking Mika's hands between her own, then said, What else is there to think about? It sounds like a fine suggestion to me. Don't you agree, Mika? What? Mika had stared into Henny's round, soft face, her eyes vast and uncomprehending. Surely you don't mean that. You're not all right with this. Are you, Henny? Well, I'd be a lie if I said I was jumping up and down for joy at the prospect of being eaten by a vampire. Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face. But if it's what I got to do to save your life, Mika, then I'll do it. I do love you, after all. I'm not going to let you get hurt. Henny, we friend-zoned you before for this. Henny tried to sound brave, but Mika could hear how her voice trembled all the same, could feel too how Henny's hands shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams of the bandits' leader as they echoed through the halls. Though neither woman had seen his final moments, they knew from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. Or barbarous. Barbara. This is why we did this! Mika could not allow Henny to endure such suffering for her sake. She could not allow her to die. Mika knew Henny wished only the best for her, but... No! Mika spoke up, her voice surprisingly cool given the wild fluctuations of her heart within her breast. I won't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me. What? No. You can't mean that, Mika. Surely you jest. No, I'm not. You know I have a terrible sense of humor, Henny. I hardly ever tell jokes. I don't have enough levity in me for them. I'm being very serious. You've always looked out for me ever since I was small. Not that I've always listened to you. Don't you remember when I stole the keys to the mausoleum in my insufferable curiosity and crept inside? But of course I remember. You dragged me in after you despite all my warnings, and it went about as badly as expected, too. Didn't it just? Faintly, Mika smiled, dire though their situation was, happy to share this memory with Henny. For all she knew, it might as well have been her very last chance to reminisce with her maid like this. Mika knew not what the future held, but Lady Von Essen was such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. I'd never seen anything like it. Oh yeah, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils. I recall that she struck you, and then when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too. She struck me so hard my ears still ring from it sometimes. Damn, my mom's a bitch. Why would she smack me? Rude. Get that gal vocab. God, yes, poor Hen. I felt awful about it at that time, really I did. I didn't care about my punishment, God knows I deserved it, but you've done nothing wrong. You've been perfectly reasonable about this whole thing. If I'd had listened to you, we could have avoided the furor altogether, but I was too reckless. I ignored your wishes, but you still tried to protect me. You jumped to my defense, just like a knight, and you were slapped silly for your troubles. It was horribly unfair. I've dragged you to all sorts of messes before, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying upon you. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. But Mika, I like it when you rely on me. Please, feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here for. No, I can't. It isn't right. It's long past time that I repaid you. By offering yourself up as a sacrifice in my stead? That isn't what I want. Mika, please. Henny stared at her mistress, her wide eyes entreating. I love you, but you're acting like a crazy woman. And you are the pinnacle of rationality, are you? Considering this crazy deal? That is truly insane. Too bad, Uwu. Don't tell me you've accepted all this. Yeah, the vampire lady is just watching right now. She's just like standing over in the corner, and I'm just like, I want to turn my head to look at her more because she's very pretty to look at. Of course I've not accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking? But one of us biting it has to be better than both of us. If I can protect you, then I must. I will. That's my job. No, it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henny. This farce has lasted long enough. What farce? You know what I mean. Hi, wife. Magdalena. Yes? Have you quite finished with your little quarrel? I must confess I was beginning to feel rather left out. My apologies. I will endeavor not to be so rude in the future to my hostess. Mika dipped her head in a gesture of esteem, one not so very dissimilar to the way Henny was bidden to bob around her mother. Mika knew she could not afford to anger Magdalena. If Mika was to save Henny, she would be obliged to beg and bow and scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Mika's means, even though she was a lady. She was no stranger to scraping either, having tearfully entreated her parents to reconsider her marriage prospects. She had failed on that score, but she didn't intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did... I fear you are laboring under a misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reasoning is sound. There would indeed be a ruckus if a noblewoman was to go missing, but your application is not. I am not a lady, you see, but my companion is. Oh? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Then, you mean to say you are the maid and this lumpen Henny here is the mistress? That is correct, yes. I know I am dressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one, but that was part of Lord and Lady Von Essen's ruse. While traveling, they often have me dressed as a lady, while Henny, that is to say, Henrique. Henrik? Hennifer dresses as a maid. It is a means of subterfuge so that if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I'm the one who would be in the harm's way rather than my mistress. Only a true desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she is with her lady. What? Mika, that's... Henny began, but Mika cut her off. She was warming to her ruse, and she found she could not still her tongue, not until she had delivered her whole address. Lady Hennifer is the one whom will be missed in Augsburg, not I. She has a fiancé waiting for her, you know, and he is a very important man. If she doesn't arrive before the dawning of the next day, he will be certain to send out a search party for her. You would not want that, would you? Magdalena pondered Mika's tall tale for a few moments, one gloved hand resting upon her hip. As she thought, Mika stared at her, compelling her through sheer force of will to accept her tale at face value. Mika knew her story was patently unbelievable, but she didn't need to convince a whole jury. She only needed to convince Magdalena. An age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke until... Oh, very well. If that is how it is, then I suppose I have no choice. You may leave my abode, Lady Hennifer. Here, Magdalena dropped another effusive curtsy. If that is indeed your real name. If you kill her, we can't say... Don't say that! I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Augsburg, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of anticipation. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and fine as yourself? Your surprisingly well-spoken maid, however, will be bidden to remain by my side. Do we have a deal? Yes, I would do anything to ensure Lady Hennifer's safety. Oh, most assuredly. You would not consent to acting as a decoy on her behalf if you didn't care. What a wonderful friendship you women have. It is quite special, really, particularly given the disparity in your social statuses. Now, come along, Lady Hennifer. It was very lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I fear I must cut out our meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It is the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status. What? Mike, no. Henny cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, her pale fingers winding tight about her wrist. Micah, please stop this. Tell her the truth. I'm sorry, Hen, but... Unabashed, Micah dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she had given her life for Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze as she was dragged bodily from the cell. The hurt in Henny's countenance and the betrayal stung far too much. This is how it has to be. Listen, I cannot pronounce her actual name. I can't speak German. Let me open up fucking Google Translate and see if they can, like, give me an idea of what it actually sounds like. Because I don't know how to pronounce it. How the fuck is is it even spelt? Fuck. I've already missed it. If the name pops back up again, I'll try to Google Translate it, but fuck it, I can't. Henrika, I think. Henrika? Okay, I'll go with Henrika instead of Hennifer. I can't. German is not my language, guys. Says who? I was willing to go along with this woman's plan, but you scuppered it up. I don't understand you at all, Mika. How would you tell such a tissue of lies for a little old me? Magdalena, please. Henny stared at Magdalena, all while trying and failing to dig her heels into the stone floor of her cell. Surely, you can't believe my mistress. It's obvious she's lying. There's no way she isn't a lady, not with her fancy proper way of talking. She's far, far more genteel than I could ever dream of being. Oh, she's crying. Her manners are certainly more polished than your own, yes, but perhaps this comes from years of servitude. You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, Lenny Henrika. Your fiancé won't think much of you as you are now, I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife. Now come along, let us not argue. You will give me a headache. But Mika, I can't leave her, let me go! Google says it could be pronounced Henrika or Henriki. I'll go with Henrika. Henny cried anew, squirming now, but Magdalena's hold upon her did not loosen. If anything, it seemed to grow stronger to such a degree that Henny screamed. Ow! Henny's cries echoed throughout the cell, more unbearable than those of the bandits' leader during his final moments. Magdalena had not made Henny bleed, at least, but she was gripping her wrist so tightly Mika feared she might snap it. Henry! Henny, who was short and dumpy, could put up little in the way of a fight. The poor maid was quite helpless before her. There was nothing which could be done, not any longer. Henny would have to leave while Mika would remain incarcerated in this dreary cell, alone. This was what Mika had wanted when she had spun her frankly untenable story. So why, then, did she feel so guilty? Let go of me! Let go, I say! Mika, please! Henny continued to protest, but Magdalena remained insensible to her cries. The door of the cell was closed once more with a metallic clang, and Mika was left upon the ground, pale-faced, trembling, and all alone. Oh. Oh, it's the trailer. Game! We already know the trailer. Come on. At least that let me skip. Let me just save this really fast. Alright. Oh, we're in Act 3, apparently. Okay. Mika. Beam. Beam. The time had passed at an agonizingly slow pace as Mika sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Very demure, very mindful. Without Henny to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had been before, the shadows darker. Magdalena had taken Henny from the cell so abruptly she hadn't been afforded the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Now these cards were strewn upon the floor, red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes, and coal black clubs. I'm gonna take a drink real quick. Act 1, Part 3. Oh, fuck. Okay. Mika caught her eyes as of a nearby joker, his lips pulled into an unsettling smile, and shivered. She knew she was being paranoid, but she felt almost as if the card was mocking her. Mika reached out, fingers trembling, to grab the card, then flipped it over. She did not want to look at the joker's grinning face. She did not want to think, either, about what Henny was doing or how she was feeling, and she certainly did not want to think of her own future. It would be easier to drive such musings from her mind, and yet, though Mika tried to keep her thoughts placid, like the smooth surface of an untroubled lake, sinister quarries, sharp-toothed like eels, writhed just beneath the surface. What would happen when Magdalena returned? Did she mean to kill Mika quickly, or would she make her suffer first? Magdalena had seemed to derive great pleasure from her torture of the bandits' leader, but she had said she did not care to harm young ladies. Had she meant it? Mika could only hope if Magdalena did mean to kill her, she would do so quickly. She had suffered long enough for one night, no, for one lifetime. Mika, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. Yeah, Mika does not like that clown. Mika would not enjoy Balatro. When she imagined how Magdalena might kill her, a blade to the throat perhaps, poison, drowning, strangulation, her skin, which was now icy cold, rippled with goose flesh. She did not want to be stabbed or poisoned or drowned or choked. She wanted to live. Mika had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous sir herself. She was a young woman, though not, as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore. And she had little experience of the world beyond her parents' home. Did my mom just call me old and My mother just straight up said, "You are old and your womb is barren. You have not provided me any children." Wow. Remember when I said that I wasn't so sad that the parents died? It sounds like they weren't that great people. From an early age, Mika had been taught to hold her tongue, to hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient, and above all else, pliant. Yeah, no, I don't like my parents. You're hag-maxing. I am hag-maxing. She was not supposed to think for herself, let alone stand up for herself. It wasn't appropriate conduct for a lady. Mika had endured 25 years as such, living only to please her parents and her parents' esteemed visitors, and later her parents' chosen fiancé, but had not felt like living. Okay, so Mika's 25 years old. Okay. I'm happy that she's not like 18 or 19. She's actually in her mid-20s. I'll take that. The only times Mika felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. Mika was 25, almost 26, but she knew nothing of the world. Thank you for not being 18. Yes, we are legal. She knew nothing of freedom. She had never truly lived. How then was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had at least been afforded the chance to visit some of the places she had read about in her stories. Such dreams had been all which had kept Mika going throughout her dreary days kept indoors. Yes, you can comfortably look at the booba, yes. She had persevered not for the sake of her present, which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited beyond the horizon. Now Mika feared she would never be able to reach that future. Her life was to be curtailed before it could truly begin. She would never see any of the world now. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her, exotic settings for stories and nothing more. Sorry about the door slam. My 7-year-old niece is over, and she is probably fixing to get her ass whooped. She had been born trapped, and now she would die. The only difference was it was no longer her parents entrapping her, but a monster. Had her 25 years thus been a story? Mika thought bitterly. It would have been hopelessly dull, one full of endless waiting, but precious little doing. Waiting to live. Waiting to die. Was there any difference between those two states, really, when all was said and done? There's no point in crying about it. Mika muttered this under her breath in the dark for her own peace of mind. There's no guarantee I would have been allowed to live, even if Magdalena did set me free. Auntie Anna. Yeah, I am an auntie. I would have returned to Herr Gerhardt. We would wed, and then I would spend the rest of my days trapped in his house. I would go from being a cloistered daughter to a cosseted wife. Is that any better, really? In Mika's eyes, it would have been nothing but another form of imprisonment. Walter had spent money to... Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on little jaunts for his household, bored wife... I didn't read that correctly, hang on. Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on little jaunts for his housebound bored wife was doubtful. Perhaps it was better this way. Mika had no life, she knew, waiting for her beyond the walls of Magdalena's castle. She had never been allowed to live as she had wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. She had nothing left to lose. The minutes passed by, each more intolerable than the last, until Mika was alerted by the sound of footsteps. The iron door which partitioned the cell from the hall opened with a scraping squeal, and once more Magdalena entered Mika's cell. Oh, now it's just us. Though Magdalena had left with an unwilling Henny in tow, she was now alone. Henny had gone. Well, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How fare you, my dear captive? I do apologize for the wait. Oh, never mind about me. What about Henny? Did you set her free? Goodness me, your loyalty toward your lady is most profound. I was certain you would be inquiring as to your own fate, but no, you seem only to care for her. Oh no, together in a cell, whatever shall befall us. Points to title of stream, VESPIAN LEX. You really ought to worry about yourself more, given the circumstances. But I shall endeavor to allay your worries. I did indeed set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, then bid her on her merry way. Why do you ask? Do you not trust me? You've done little to deserve it, given the way you've treated Henny and I. But oh, I'm so glad to hear it. I only hope that Henny will be alright on her own. That remains to be seen. I might have set her free, but there's no guarantee she'll be able to find her way to Osberg. Not in the dark, with all this fog. These woods are dense, and the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come as no surprise if she were to find herself lost, or else at the mercy of wild animals. This forest is fair, teeming with wolves. Did you know that? Wolves? Oh yes, this forest is just as much their territory as it is mine, and they often come out at night to hunt. Bandits aren't the only things fair ladies have to watch out for. But if your lady friend is resourceful and luck is on her side, she should emerge from this trial unscathed. Ow? Yes, ow. Ow! Let us hope that she'll be all right, shall we? Mika said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knees. Her mind turned not to her own indeterminable fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods wreathed in an ephemeral fog. But are the wolves hot? Werewolves maybe? Question mark? Mika saw Henny backed against a cusp of trees, their branches slender, sinister, as a pack of hungry wolves bore down upon her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. But this was only one possibility. Magdalena had said Henny would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in spades if her performance in Joker was anything to be believed. She had always wanted to be better at cards than Mika. Now, enough about Lenny, Henrique. She is no longer my captive, and such is of little interest to me. I would far rather speak to you. To me? Yes, indeed. I have designs on you, my loyal little serving girl. I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay. Designs? Then you mean... Mika pressed her fingers to the base of her throat. She could feel her pulse beating beneath the surface of her cool skin, as erratic as a rabbit's caught in a snare. Do you wish to drain me of my blood? Do you want me to drain you of your blood? Magdalena tittered. How very eager you are. Yes, maybe. Just a nibble, please. Okay. There's no roleplay options in this, guys. I can't say yes. God, please. Sorry. No, it's okay, chat. I'm right with you. I'm like, hello. Hey, hi, Nick. Right here. Prime, ready. It is not that. It's not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only if you mean to kill me that you would do so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting. Oh, yes. That look in your eyes is delectable. It may be more so, even than your blood. You're so very defiant. But what is this I spy? You appear to be shaking, my poor little Mika. That is because of the cold. And not because of your fright. I was able to protect my dear friend. I've nothing to be afraid of now. Then you care nothing for your own life? I've never been afforded a life. You may take it if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one. Ah, yes. That is the fate, or so I have heard, of being a servant. You poor dear. Magdalena's red eyes softened, and for a moment Mika wondered whether she could not see a trace of sympathy upon her captor's fair face. Glad we're all reading the same book. It lasted only a second, however, before it faded. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. For the moment, that is. I will drain your blood in due course, but I've no desire to do so now. The bandits I'd encountered earlier made for more than a satisfactory meal. I am so glutted I do not think I could drink another drop of blood. Then, you mean to draw this farce out longer still? I'll draw it out for as long as I wish, until I am sufficiently thirsty. There seems little sense in overindulging. Catch them unawares. She's meal prepping. I like a woman who meal preps. Call that responsible. I'm sure that your blood would taste sweeter than a bandit's, but that only makes it more imperative that I save you until I truly want you. Though it was Mika's death Magdalena spoke of, there seemed to be something sultry, seductive even, in the way she stressed her words. Mika, who was unused to being wanted, found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks, despite the chill which clung to her. Blushy! How would it feel when Magdalena brought her lips to her neck? Would it hurt? She supposed she would feel a pricking sensation as Magdalena's teeth sank into her flesh, and then... Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold staying inside this dreary cell, and then you'll be of no use to anybody. Oh, flushed. I returned from worse. Also, red hair looks so good. Thank you, One Arm. I figured I'd match. I'm trying to attract a hot vampire wife. If I am to enjoy you properly, I would prefer to do so while your body is still warm. What? Mika looked at Magdalena, her blue eyes uncomprehending. Are you really letting me go? In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess, I don't believe that these little As your hostess, I don't believe that these quarters are wholly appropriate for a long-term stay, especially not for a fair maiden such as yourself. Oh, hi, Maze. You ever think the whole garlic thing may be a vampire misdirection? It's an anticoagulant, so it makes a person easier to drink. So maybe the vampires just want us to season ourselves. Maybe, if the vampires are Italian. Posture check. Yep, stretchy. Stretchy. I don't know how much longer I can go. Now that Magdalena is in the story, I'm a little bit more into it, I guess. You will be in my abode for several days yet, I fear, until I further need of you. Until then, I would like you to live in some measure of comfort. How unexpected. I didn't know you were so gracious. I can be. I've hidden depths, much like the forest that surrounds my humble abode. I do so hate to see you shiver so, and your skin is so pale, and poor dear, you and I could be almost sisters. White skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't so for maidens, not even the fairest in all the land. Now, please follow me. I doubt you've any real wish to stay here, languishing, unless you mean to make a further martyr of yourself. No, Mika bit her lower lip. She was loath to accept kindness from Magdalena, but she did raise a fair point. It was cold in her cell and miserable alongside it. If she remained there overnight, it did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins really might freeze. Mika had already given up on her own life, but she did not want to die as a stray dog, racked with shivers. If that is what you want from me, then I've no reason to refuse. How very biddable you are. The words which come from your mouth might be stubborn, but it seems you've experience when it comes to following orders. Of course I do. I'm a maid, like I said. Ah, yes. So you did. That would explain your servility. Part of me was hoping you might refuse so that I would be bidden to carry you. Carry me. Princess, carry me. Princess, carry me. I volunteer. Suddenly my knees don't work. Carry me, please. But this is fine too. It spares me the effort. Shall we? Please lead the way. Mika dropped Magdalena a curtsy this time, taking her dirtied skirts between her fingers, the pads of which had turned pink from blood. From the cold. Got blood on the mind, apparently. Magdalena smiled at this display. For a prisoner, you're awfully cheeky. Then turned upon her heel after bidding Mika to follow. Suddenly I have arthritis in my leg. Suddenly both of my legs are broken. Carry me, please. Naturally, Mika obeyed. She could see she had little choice in the matter. Magdalena led Mika down a twisting hallway packed full of cells identical to the one Mika and Henny had been imprisoned in. Mika tried not to peer into these cells as she passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her and she found her head swiveling. Oh, great. Ads. Y'all let me know if anybody's stuck in ads. She feared as she stared through the darkness that she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rusted torture instruments, perhaps, or dead bodies. I could never be a prisoner to a vampire lady. I'd be naked by now. But it was so very dark in the bowels of Magdalena's home that Mika could scarcely see anything. Not even the moonlight, which spilled intermittently through the barred windows, could fully illuminate the sprawling prison complex. This, Mika supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells as she passed it, was probably a good thing. She had witnessed enough horrors for one night. Magdalena eventually brought Mika to the foot of the staircase, which led up from their subterranean cells. Careful. Magdalena cautioned Mika before they began their ascent. These steps are steep and slippery too. If you fall, you may break your neck. Had Mika been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her jailer fuss over her so. A broken neck didn't seem like so very cruel a fate when compared to Magdalena's designs upon her. Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus, rather than having her blood drained. At the very least, it would be a swifter demise than freezing in her prison cell. Mika felt little in the way of humor, however, as she took the chill banister beneath her right hand and began to climb. You sure you still don't want to carry me? I hate stairs, right? She could recognize the irony in Magdalena's warning, though, only vaguely. Her mouth felt honed into a permanent line, as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed. It seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. Ooh, new screen. The chill of the basement faded as Mika cleared the final step of the twisting staircase to emerge in a spacious hallway lined with arched windows. The hallway was not so very dissimilar in decor to her parents' home, though it was less ornate, the furnishings worn down by old age. New screen, let's go. It's not a great thing when you're just so excited over a new screen. It was apparent that Magdalena's home had once been noble, but it had been very clearly fallen to rot and ruin, its heyday long since past. I want to live in a castle. I do too, Shoes, but at the same time, there is no heating and no air conditioning in that entire castle. It would get very cold. The air in the ground floor smelled almost as rank as that in the dungeon, and every conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. There was so much dust, in fact, that Mika could feel it in the air when she inhaled. The summer, though, would be hell. Yes, it would be. The dust irritated her eyes and nose and laid heavily, unpleasantly, upon her tongue. But you get a vampire buddy to help. I don't know if my vampire buddy would want to clean for me. That's the thing. Mika swallowed, hoping to avoid her mouth of the taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Magdalena to say, "Bless you." "Thank you." That's ironic as hell, a vampire saying bless you, but okay. Mika replied unabashed and then, "I thought you did not care for God or his teachings." "I don't, but I presume that you do. I thought you might appreciate it." Okay. Thank you. Mom just letting me know dinner's ready. "I don't, but I presume that you do. I thought you might appreciate it. My vampire wife is taking my feelings into appreciation. That's cute. No, to huddle up and stay warm and cool down. My vampire wife would not have blood to be warm, Shoes. But she could provide me blankets and then we cuddle. That'll be fine." "I see. How very thoughtful of you." "I know. For a vampire, I'm unusually sensitive." Mute with fatigue, Mika continued to follow Magdalena to the end of the hall wherein a wooden door was inlaid. Fire for warm, cuddles for cord. Okay. She could try. Yeah. Okay. Magdalena seized the brass handle and twisted it, then pushed it ajar. It stuck for a few moments as though unwilling to move, but soon shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was to reveal a vast, spacious room with a ceiling so cavernous Mika had to crane her neck to see it. New screen! A large, ornate staircase was set in the center of the room, which rose to the floor above it, the banisters made of wrought iron. This, Mika supposed, must have been the entrance hall. It had been clearly designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Magdalena's home, could it really be a castle? Was larger, even than Mika's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within the scene of spoilt luxury, Mika felt smaller than ever before. A tiny doll trapped rather than a grown woman, rattling about in a playhouse. Doll mentioned? The entrance hall must have been a fine once, but it showed clear signs of deterioration. The dust was so profuse that it made Mika's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one of the corner of the rooms, but its lid was shut, and Mika doubted it ever had been played. If it still could be played in decades. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall hanging aloft from the high ceiling, but when Mika craned her neck upwards, she could see even in the dark that it was festooned with spiderwebs. Hi, spiders! Is Lala Barina up there? Can I have a Lala Barina, please? The house must have been a grand once, but it was not so now. Dang, bitch, you live like this? It seemed a wonder, really, that it still stood, when clearly it was uncared for. Your servants don't seem to be working very hard. Mike spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air. Perhaps you ought to see to hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit. Micah brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase and drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumb and index finger were fuzzy with dust. This. Oh? Magdalena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Mika and smiled. Are you judging my home, Mika? I would never presume to be so rude. I just thought it might feel more homey, that's all, if it were less of a pile. Magdalena laughed, then shook her head. You are quite all right, of course, to judge. Please, judge away to your heart's content. I've never been a fan of this place myself. Its scale is too grandiose, even for my liking. My great-grandfather, it was he who had this place built, had more money than sense and absolutely no taste to back it up. A house has no need to be this large. But there was land enough for it, and money too. And when a man has land and money, it means he will often think, well, why not? Practicality matters little in the decisions of great men, and neither, to my unending woe, does aesthetic sense. I can believe that. My own father, my master, rather. Mika's face flushed at this gaffe, the tips of her ears turning pink. Half filled my own residence with pointless baubles. They were all very expensive, but not particularly cohesive. The parlor looked like a museum once he was through with it. It hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there in case I broke something. Then it seems we have something in common. Guys, I have to take a quick Little Witch's Room break real fast. I'm gonna leave you on the screen with the pretty vampire and girlfriend real quick, but I'm gonna run to the Little Witch's Room really quick, okay? Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Whoop. There we go. Zoomy, zoomy. I almost forgot for a second that I changed my hair to red. I was like, who the fuck is that? One of my favorite jokes is somebody asking, are you a Dom or a sub? And the guy replies, probably a Dom. I've never really liked Subway, so yeah, Domino's. Yeah, I can understand that. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. All right. How long have I been? Okay, I'm gonna go for like another 20 minutes or so. That means like a 5-hour stream. I think that's pretty good. And that means we will end at like 7 o'clock. I think it's a good time. So go on for another 20 minutes because I can't find a good place to wrap up. Alright. Then it seems we have something in common. I found this place dismal even when my family was alive. We had a legion of maids back then to keep everything spick and span. They kept the dust and the cobwebs at bay, bless their hearts. But they couldn't combat the loneliness. Now my family is dead, and all our maids along with them. Oh, she looks so sad. I can hardly take on new hires, being what I am, so my home was rather left to go to ruin. I clean what I can, but there's so very much house to clean, and only one of me. It's quite the overwhelming challenge. My attempts at cleaning have fallen quite by the wayside during the last half of a century. I hope you can forgive my slovenliness. Oh, no, it's fine. I understand. You're too kind. Magdalena's red eyes softened as they had back in the dungeon, with something akin to sympathy. But before Mika could ponder this, the jailer turned. Oh, listen to me prattle on. It is most inconsiderate of me, especially when you must be tired. Let us make haste to your room. Mika followed behind Magdalena as a puppy might, almost grateful to her for the promise of a room and a bed. It was as Magdalena said, she really did feel tired. She was more than ready to lie down beneath the warm covers or even lukewarm covers and sleep. Anything would have been better than the stone floor upon which she had been lying. Mika yawned, her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand, fingertips still flecked with dust, instinctively to her mouth. Oh? But half asleep though she was, Mika's senses were alert enough to detect a sudden noise. There came through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall a sound not dissimilar to that Mika had heard in the dungeon. It was a scream. Or was it? Mika was unsure. This scream was fainter than the one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit not from the ground under which the cells lay, but above her head. Was there another person concealed in Magdalena's abode? Somebody other than herself? Was it another captive kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny? Magdalena? Lena, please. Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I would rather you use a nickname as you did with your mistress. Mika wished to contest this. Her relationship with Magdalena wasn't close enough to allow the use of nicknames, but she felt too tired to engage in an argument. What did it matter, really, how she addressed Magdalena when she soon would be dead? Okay, just making sure game audio is still fine. Lena, then. What was that noise I just heard? Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. Say what, Shoes? Mouthful? What noise? You didn't hear it? Mika stared at Magdalena, her expression one of patent disbelief. It wasn't very loud, I'll grant you, but it was unmistakable. I swear, it sounded just like a scream. A scream, Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin. Such sounds are not unheard of in my abode when I'm attending to a prisoner. Mika shivered. But there is nobody here now except me and you. Nobody living, at least. Then it's not the imprisoned bandit? Certainly not. He will never make a peep again. I made sure of that with my own 2 hands. It would be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see. Oh god, I just took a sip of my coffee and a ladybug was in it. Fun fact, they taste how they smell. Oof. Sorry to hear about that, One Arm. That sucks. Oh. Mika pressed a hand to her own throat as if to check its integrity, and as she did so, choked. The air was so thick with dust it was hard to breathe. Now, dear, worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus, if that is what you are wondering. I'm a woman of my word, and I promise I let her go. She is quite... well. She's not necessarily all right, but she is away from me, and there is the possibility that she might leave to see another dawn. Then who screamed? What was that sound? It must have been in your imagination. You've overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted in your situation. It didn't feel like a dream, though. No. Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not seem quite in keeping with her aristocratic bearing. I suppose it must have been the wind, then. It is very drafty in here. Is that all? That's all it could have been, unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak. Magdalena's red eyes bore into Mika's, so intense Mika feared they would consume her. Unsettled, Mika glanced away. No, I wasn't suggesting that. Is she glamoring her? Maybe. You never know with vampires. Good. I know it is expected for women to lose their minds at the drop of a hat, but I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex. I'm pleased to see you're doing your level best not to let us down. Why, you haven't swooned even once, which is more than most men can say when I bring them here. It really is quite commendable. Okay, Magdalena is definitely a feminist and she is definitely gay. You might swoon soon, though, from lack of sleep, if we continue to tarry. Let us be off, or we shall never make it to our destination. Mika nodded, then followed along behind her hostess anew. She could no longer hear the scream, but its memory haunted her all the same. That cry she had heard, though briefly, had not sounded like the breeze, regardless of what Magdalena said. Mika was certain that sound had belonged to a person, but why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say. Hey! Oh, now it's bright. I can see everything. Ooh, she got the hot pants. Is there a way that I can hide the display thing really quick? Can I read text, alt text, speed? Nope. Can't. I can't hide the text box. Look at the hot pants on her. Holy shit. Like, damn. Looking respectfully here. Is her skirt torn? Is her whole thigh showing? What? I think her whole ass thigh is showing right there. Holy shit. No wonder Magdalena's like, maybe I can keep this one. Here we are. Home sweet home. So, Magdalena looked at Mika, and an amused smile playing about her lips. What do you think? Mika examined the room mutely, her hands folded at her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark, lit only by a pair of candles on either side of her bed. I don't know what you mean about dark. This has been the brightest lit room of the entire game so far. Mika could see, despite the darkness, that it was every bit as derelict as the rest of Magdalena's home, however, and even if she hadn't been able to see it, she would have been able to smell it. The air was fusty, as though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years upon end, which it most likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though neatly made, were holey with age and with insects, as was the carpet upon the floor. It was a sad room which had been ignorant of human occupation for years, but it was still a superior set of lodgings to those in which Mika had awoken. At least this room had a bed, a four-poster one no less, like the one at Mika's home, with a mattress and sheets upon which Mika could rest her weary limbs. The bedchamber had a wardrobe too, though Mika possessed nothing to store it in save for the tattered clothes upon her back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing and a chamber pot for more delicate business beneath. This pot was, thankfully, far cleaner than the one Mika had found in the dungeon, so white and spotless she imagined it unused. The desk faced a large window which was currently obscured by a set of dark blue curtains. Mika could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have been afforded much of a view even if she had drawn the curtains back. It was very late, after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it wasn't warm either. The wind crept in through fine cracks in the aged windows to toy with the reddish-orange flames of two lit candles, to toy, too, with Mika's hair and the hem of her dress. She shivered. Do you not have a tongue in your head? Magdalena needled Mika, who had yet to speak. Don't tell me that you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely so that you might sleep. I have no wicked designs on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are. Man, disappointment. I only want your blood, not your body. Please? Can I convince you? Please, pretty lady? I beg your pardon? Mika blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending. You are too innocent, ma'am. What designs are you speaking of? Shit, but... You cannot tell? I'm sure I've no idea. None whatsoever? None at all. I'm wholly ignorant of such affairs. This woman is just like, oh, she a virgin. Goodness me. Magdalena rolled her red eyes upwards to the ceiling, which seemed to sag beneath its own weight. I can't tell whether you were being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. Did your mother never teach you what men and women do in chambers such as this? My mother did not know. She thought such topics beneath her. That was my governess's job, although. I don't think that I would care to do much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells like the grave. You're being rather rude about my home, you know. Here I am trying to be a good hostess, and you throw my kindness back in my face. I know you do not like your home much either. You told me. Touché. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, but there are so many of them, it is difficult to keep abreast of them all. I rarely have visitors over, and when I do, they all get thrown into the dungeon. There seemed a little point, therefore, in keeping these rooms spick and span. I hope you can forgive all the dust and the general disuse. Oh, I've more to take issue with than that. Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me. Maybe I do. But not right now. I'm too tired. Okay, now she's getting a little sassy. Okay. Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered. Provided you are able to rest, that is. That would be nice, but... Mika let her fingers trail along the brocaded covers of the bed, her expression pensive. What did you mean earlier when you said you know designs on my innocence? Dear me, I thought that you were joking. But I can see that you're in no fit state for it. I don't tell jokes. I've little to laugh about. And you've even less to laugh about now, you poor dear. Magdalena's cleared her throat. I meant only to say that I would not do unto you as a man might, regardless of our surroundings. I've no nefarious intentions, of that you can be assured. Mika thought her governess's explanation of sex and Walter's expectations come their wedding night and flushed. Ah, she's so blushy. If the sudden rush of blood beneath her cheeks enticed Magdalena in any way, she did not show it, though her fingers did twitch in their tight, constricting gloves. I don't understand. I know what men and women do behind closed doors, but how could two women set about something similar? It's not possible. Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child. You do not know. Girl. You think so? I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby, well, two women cannot do that. There would be no sense to it. One can be shown. I will remind you guys, there is an adult patch to this game. I do not have that patch installed, but when I am done playing this for you, I might play it off stream for myself. And you think people ought to do things only because they make sense? That is quite narrow-minded. What? But you could. I can't! Twitch will bonk me! Not happening. How much is this? This game wasn't very expensive. It was not that costly. How much did it cost? Steam. Let me pull it up real quick. Store page. This game cost $13. What? Ebi Hime Yuri bundle? It's a bundle of 30. Oh my god, they're all just Yuri visual novels. Oh my god. Might be looking at that later myself. More options, apparently. But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. Adds to basket. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal, yet in others... Well, never mind. I can see I'm only confusing you. You're so very innocent it hurts. Perhaps it is to be expected, though. Ladies ought not to know of such things. They are born to be bred ignorant. Oh, bred to be ignorant. Freudian slip right there. Moving on. What? Mika had not understood the full implications of Magdalena's previous lament, but she understood well enough that what she meant by this. Why would you call me that? I already told you I'm not a lady. I am Ladies Henrika's faithful servant. Yes, you did say. And that's true. She is the lady, not I. You did labor that point quite intensively, yes, back in the cells. You were so fervent about it, you almost had me fooled. At least you would have, if you weren't such a terrible actress. What? Oh, don't what me. It's quite tiresome. Did you think I'd failed to notice all of your fancy turns of phrase? Your vocabulary is that of a well-to-do young madam, not a maid, not even a lady's maid. You wear that sumptuous dress of yours easily dirtied though it is, and your bearing is definitively regal. You could never hope to pass as a common serving girl, not in a month of Sundays. I'm not stupid. Then... Mika sat down. Mika sank down on the bed, which creaked beneath her as if in warning. Her palms were pressed to the mattress to support her weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum. You knew I was lying from the very beginning? Indeed I did. It was very obvious. I can tell you have no practice in deceit, Mika. You're much too sweet for it. But if you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go? Herr Geralt wouldn't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared, but he will surely come looking for me. I'm gonna lose my mind. The same ladybug flew into my coffee. One arm, I think that ladybug might just have a death wish. I don't know why. Herr Geralt. Gerhardt. Is that the name of your fiancé? Yes, it is. And you don't refer to him by his Christian name? That is... Dear me, you mustn't be very close to the man. Why, you make him sound like a stranger. Do you truly wish to marry him? I hadn't any choice. My parents... yes, it was silly of me to ask. That is how it always goes, isn't it? And what of your fiancé? Does he know you well enough to try and rescue you? I think he might. Mike swallowed, tasting dust on her tongue. He's an important businessman. He takes exacting care over his investments, or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me, too. I'm a Von Essen, after all. There would be a lot of prestige in wedding me. So, that is how he regards you, as a profitable purchase. I cannot say. After all, I hardly know him, and therefore cannot judge how he sees you. Does that sum it up? It is not entirely inaccurate, no. What a woeful state of affairs this is. It sounds like you would be wretched whether you were in my home or out of it, particularly if the latter would entail being by this Herr Gerhardt. I keep wanting to say Geralt. Gerhardt's side. Geralt of Rivia? Perhaps I did you a favor by bringing you here. Mika did not reply to this. She did not want to give Magdalena the satisfaction. Well, never mind all that. Your fiancé can try to look for you if he likes. I do not care. I doubt he would be able to best me. But you said you'd wish to avoid all that. Did I really? Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go. Oh, yes. Good memory. It would seem that the cold hasn't eaten away at all of your faculties. Not just yet, at least. As for why I changed my mind, well, that needn't concern you. But this is about me. Surely it must concern me. Well, he could just sit on the dusty cook chair. Oh, there was no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. If you truly want to know why I went along with your your bullshit, then, let us say that I felt touched when you offered to throw your life away for the sake of your maid. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. Hi, Grin! Yeah, we're doing great. Chicanery. Thank you. Hi, Grin. Yeah, we're doing gay crimes. We're gay vampire lesbian crimes. And my god, I can't stop looking at this woman. She looks gorgeous. I like the jewels that they added into her hair. They're very pretty. I didn't want your efforts to be in vain. That's all. And you're prepared to put yourself in danger for that? I won't be in any danger. I'm a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch, or thereabouts at least. Now, you really must get some sleep. It would be much better for you than asking all of these silly questions. But I've nothing to change into. What will I sleep in? I considered as much, and took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. Wait. Did she mean fetch me after she let Henny outside, or did she anticipate on keeping me here from the get-go? Because if she anticipated that on before fetching me down in the cells, like before she even met me, you should find that they fit more or less, and they're clean, which is more than can be said for the rest of the linens in this place. There are books on the shelves too, which you may read, and I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself in upon waking. She is taking such good care of me. What the fuck? I'm okay, I'm down, I'm good. Hi, hand. Here's my hand in marriage. Here's my neck. You can have that. You could find no better amenity in any inn. I do hope you have a pleasant night and sweet dreams. Magdalena smiled sardonically, then dropped Mika another curtsy. Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I wouldn't want you to spend the night coughing. A fair lady such as yourself needs her sleep. Oh, damn. That other profile, though. Laughing to herself, Magdalena straightened, then turned. She departed, her long cloak trailing against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. Mika waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade, then rose once more to her feet. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers, but it stubbornly refused to budge. Oh, she locked us in here. The door was locked. Well, of course it is. Well, the inn won't be dusty for long. What did I expect? Defeated, Mika returned to the bed. Weary from all that had happened, she collapsed upon it, her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. Mika stared up at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, and softly muttered, "What am I going to do now?" Mika's question, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody to hear her. She was all alone. Damn. Cat sensor. Twitch is part of the game. It's covered. I come back to, okay. I was literally about to say, hey, it's 5 o'clock. I maybe should pause. But then this scene popped up. That cat is Anna currently. Don't do that to me. Mika tossed and turned uneasily that night in a bed which smelt of disuse and decay. She's so very, oh, if only a vampire could come and keep me warm. The bed was more comfortable than the cell in which she had been held, but it was almost as cold. Its thin sheets eaten away by age-old insects. At least the dungeon, with its sole wooden cot and its solitary window, was supposed to be inhospitable. This bedroom, meanwhile, was a different matter. It was richly furnished, with all of its decorations had been, since the ravaged by time's unrepentant advances. The men and women who must have stayed in this room once, more than a century ago, would surely be dead by now. In that sense, the room felt akin to a crypt. Did that make the bed a sarcophagus? Mika a corpse? Magdalena had spared Mika's life for the present, but Mika doubted she would be so fortunate in the future. Magdalena was not, Mika reminded herself, a human, but a vampire. She meant to suck Mika of her blood, and then when she did, Mika would lose her life, just as this room's previous inhabitants surely had. Magdalena's home was so decrepit, it seemed unfathomable that life could flourish within its walls. It was not so very different, really, from the Von Essen mausoleum. The air even smelt the same. It smelt of death. No matter how Mika tried, she could not get comfortable. All the while, as she was tried to sleep, she heard the wind howling outside, creeping stealthily like black-cloaked thieves through the cracks in the glass panes. Mika's bare toes curled against the mattress. Anxiously, she shuddered. What was to become of her now? There we go! First act done! Yay! We made it to act 2. All right, that's perfect. That's a good time to sign off. So let me just get to a saving part. Okay. Save. There we go. Act 2. Yay! We did it! Yes. Return to main menu. Okay. Okay. Slow start, but I kind of like that. I wouldn't be averse to reading more of this. How did you guys think? Would this be something you'd want me to, like, return to eventually? Let me go back to the other. Enjoy Redhead Anna for a little bit longer. Let me turn music back on. But yeah, what did you guys think? Turn up music. I can't hear shit. Yes, please. Yes, yes. Okay, okay. I'd be down. Why can't I move? Spotify, are you broken? Why can't you move? Spotify didn't want to live for a minute. Hello? Why can't I? Oh, there you go. Now I can move you. Jesus. Oh, the things I do. That was beautiful, rather long, but wouldn't object. It is nice. It is very wordy, though, so make sure your throat is good. Yeah. I'll definitely want to make sure that my throat is, like, it's a good yapping day. But I was anticipating on yapping today because I was anticipating on playing Scarlet Hollow. But it is what it is. I had to make a quick change of plans. But yeah, very wordy, but that's kind of what you can expect with a visual novel. They are meant to be wordy because it's basically reading a book. I'm trying to find good music to end this. Come on. Come on. Okay, that works. It was a good change of plans. I was very curious about playing it for a while, so I'm happy that we got to take a look at it, even though I really would have loved Scarlet Hollow, but it is what it is. But I think it's a good time to finish off for tonight. I am hungry. I need to make some food. And I don't know why, but it looks like my model is almost like delayed for me. I don't know. Visual novels do meet novels. They do be novels. Let's see. Let's see what everybody's doing. But yeah, I will be back again on Tuesday after I get home from work. So it'll be more of a cozy stream. I am probably just going to either be playing Okami while grinding and doing some of the side quest stuff that we still have to do in Seon City. Or play a little bit of unpacking, which is like a little cozy unpacking simulator sort of game that I think is not terribly long, so I could possibly get it done within that night. And on Wednesday, if anybody is a fan of Lads or Love in Deep Space, I will be doing more Lads in Deep Space, which basically means I'm reading novels again. We will be playing specifically Raphael's Myth, which I've never actually seen before myself, so we'll be experiencing that together. Thanks for the stream, man. I missed the cage sex. There was a lot of flirting, that was for sure. Yeah, there's some things about Lads that I have not done, specifically with the men that are not Silas. What you say? But yeah, I will see y'all on Tuesday. Let me grab my own copyright spam thingy here. And let's figure out who to raid. Let's see. Let me check the promos in Discord. See if we can raid somebody new. Yeah, as always, make sure if you want to, because I don't have a Discord, if you want to be notified about when I stream next, make sure to, why am I being added in there? Okay. Make sure to follow my socials on Blue Sky and Twitter. I do always post about when I'm going live. If I think about going on live vid. I think I need to go. I need to do my thingy. But yeah, just follow me there. I will post about when I'm going live when I think about it, because I still very much am a guerrilla streamer. Let's see. Anybody new? Nothing really popping out at me right now. I mean, Flip is streaming. Let's go say hi to Flip. And keep it up. Shoes, stop with all the commands. Alright. Read. Flip. Flop. Yes, that kind of flip-flop. 6-6. There we go. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for a while. I appreciate it. I'm sorry for the quick change of plans, but I hope y'all had a good time anyway. It was a really good time. I will see y'all on Tuesday night. Oh wait, Flip is on BRB. Son of a bitch. God damn it, how long has he been on BRB? You know what? I'm keeping with it. He can yell about it later. I don't care. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see y'all over there. Have a wonderful night. I love you so much. It's good to be back, and I will see y'all on Tuesday.